All right, everyone, make sure to do exclamation point recap if you want a recap of things you may have missed. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Don't be shy. Come say hi, everybody. It's great to see you guys here. Hope you're all doing well. How's everyone's Sunday going? Thank you, Logical. Yeah, mine's going great. Freedom, yeah, we had some scheduling things, so we had to move it to Sunday today. I hope that's not too inconvenient for y'all. Got your generator watch, fantastic. Welcome, guys. We're gonna be starting very shortly. Game with your boyfriend, that sounds fun. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Great to see your beautiful faces and names here in chat and here in the channel. Welcome. Everyone getting off work, everyone sitting down, ready to eat dinner, or perhaps ready to end their day. It's great to see you guys all. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our 7th session of the Bastion of Blunderville, our campaign set in the setting of Ravenloft in the Forgotten Realms. Great to see you guys. Very interesting session today because we are coming right off the heels of a 2-year time skip. So you notice we've had a couple changes, not just to everyone's character models, but also a slight change to the layout of the stream. We've solidified a good 6 portrait layout thanks to the wonderful Sung Wizzle in chat. Be sure to tell her she did a great job. She put together this frame you see here, so thank you very much to Sung. Thank you for the 6th frame. And yeah, we got new avatars, post time skip avatars. Some had a slightly bigger change than others. If you're able to go back in the VODs and see the difference between Wilric then and Wilric now, it's quite significant, which is kind of fun. But let's not waste too much more time. We're gonna be going for about 3 to 4 hours tonight. Should be a slightly more RP heavy session. There might be some sort of combat. We'll see. And we're gonna be kind of. I went with each of our party members separately during this like 5-day break we had between sessions, and we talked about what they did during that 2-year time skip. So you're going to be kind of coming in not knowing a lot of what's going on. There's going to be some changes, but it shouldn't be too hard for you to get right back into it. So without further ado, let's get started with session 7. Let's do the time skip again. Let me check to see if our players are ready to go. Players.
DM.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
What up?
Good to see you guys. Are you ready for another fantastic night of D&D?
Always.
Hey.
Heck yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
Yeehaw.
Then let's begin. Who's doing recap?
You.
It's Tuesday, so it's you this time.
Sounds like you.
Oh, it is Sunday. So
Oh,
but
Sunday,
on-
it's you then.
On
Sorry.
Sunday, we none of us can do. It's the Lord's Day, so I guess
Tuesday,
it's you.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sunday.
I forgot. It is the Lord's Day. All right. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Let's get started. Let me give you your music, everybody. Well, not everybody. You guys. They already have their music.
Lucky.
Really quickly, yeah, someone asked in the peanut gallery, how many children has Barrett killed in the 2-year time skip? He averaged about 3 during the 10 days that you guys were traveling, so
if
we
you
extrapolate that data.
I mean, there
That's,
was an entire village of people, so
Are there any
That-
children left in Blunderville?
An entire, yeah.
Blunderville did need some population control.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there aren't any children left in that village. That's for sure.
Yeah. He made sure of that.
Or people.
I'm sorry, how many did he kill in a 10-day stretch?
3.
Yeah, so that's about 220.
219 is what that averages out to.
219 children. Okay, so everyone write that down.
Well, they don't need a school
Barrett?
anymore.
Just on
Barrett
average.
Barrett killed more children than I have gold.
Hey, I killed
A
more
lot of
children
children.
than I have gold.
Man, those children were worth a lot of money.
I know you guys are all in your post mind skip post time
That's
skip post time skip mindset. There we go. What I'm trying to say. But I'm gonna ask you to come on back to 2 years ago, because we're gonna be picking up right before the time skip. So let us begin. Music change.
No.
The world is a vampire. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun.
secret strong campaign.
Yeah. In the year of 1369, DR, a misfit band of adventurers managed to make their way towards the south of High Forest in the land of Faerun on the Sword Coast. There had been rumors of people going missing, caravans disappearing, and overall nastiness in the area. When they arrived, their curiosity was rewarded with a trap, an infinite forest. Once you entered, there was no seeming way to leave. Upon further exploration, our party found themselves in the small hamlet of Fievel, a town with no more than 20 or 30 people total. that had been overtaken by a body taker plant that used its thralls to grind up the population of the town into a slurry, feed it to the plant, and replace them with nearly identical podlings. Upon encountering this creature and defeating it, they also met a new friend in the name of Jean-Duc, who was able to inform our party of a town known as Blunderville, situated along the Unicorn Run in High Forest. The town of Blunderville was the last safe haven left in this waking nightmare. Jean-Duc explained that his band, the Levin's Door, as well as 6 other bands, made up the population of Blunderville at one point, and that these 6 remaining bands controlled the majority of the city. Jean-Duc gave our adventurers the directions they needed to head towards Blunderville, and after a short day's journey, they finally arrived. There they met with the leader of Blunderville, a man who represented the people that weren't affiliated with the gangs, who ran the government of this town, a man known as the Baron. Heading on their way to meet him at the Sundown Bridge, they noticed the current state of the town that they might be staying in for the foreseeable future. A town designed to hold a mere 1,000 residents had a population boom to nearly 10,000 as all the refugees from High Forest started funneling in after hearing that it was a safe place to stay. This led to houses being stacked on top of each other, a lack of jobs, a lack of resources, and a very panicked population. The gangs have managed to keep this somewhat under control by divvying up the town into different sections and divvying up their responsibilities. The Wormweird, a band of druids, focus on mass-producing crops and using their magic to heal any ailments or injuries. The gang known as the Ripper Gang are like the eyes and ears of the town. They have people everywhere that are able to suss out any misdeeds or investigate any goings-ons that could be dangerous or unhealthy to the town's balance. The gang known as False Hydra sits in the dilapidated ruins of Old Town, a abandoned village that was here long before Blunderville was set up. They are very secretive and tend to use their abilities to get rid of problems before anyone even knows they are a problem in the first place. The gang known as the Downers run the waterside, the docks, as well as a large casino boat known as the Gilded Gold Piece. The Foresters patrol the outside of Blunderville, outside of its wooden gates, and manage any bounties or hunts for dangerous creatures in the area. And finally, there's the Stonecutters, who wrangle all the gangs, and their job is to make sure that everyone's playing nice as they control the police force and the construction going around town. Having been given this information by the Baron, our party is asked to spend the night and meet with him the next day so he can find out how exactly they found themselves trapped along with everyone else here in Blunderville. And that's where we will pick up. You have been led into a large, tilting, and almost looks like they kept building on top of themselves, if that makes any sense. But you're in a large wooden, almost tower on the Sundown Bridge. which is a large bridge that crosses over the Unicorn Run in the middle of the city. Just due to the necessity of needing more rooms and places for people to stay, this inn that was once just a small 2-story inn is now 11 stories tall, as they just keep building like they stack a house on top of a house on top of it. And this is kind of the way that most of the architecture in the town is done. If there is a shop, there was probably another 2 stories or 3 stories added on top of that for living space. Most houses just have additional houses, using as much real estate as you can by going vertically instead of horizontally. So here on the Sundown Bridge, you are now staying in the inn known as the Tilted Tower, named as such because each of the levels they made as they went vertical is kind of off center a little bit. So it, at a distance, kind of looks like it's constantly teetering and falling over like a bad game of Jenga. The Baron has offered kindly to pay for your night's stay, and it is a kind gesture because the prices that you've seen in Blunderville so far are quite jacked up. Probably due to the fact that there is a very high demand for almost every good and service and a very low supply. As you guys make your way into the Tilted Tower, it is kind of like trying to a crab walking through just hundreds of grains of sand on their way to the ocean. There's just people everywhere. You're not even really able to find a open table to sit down at, but you are able to walk over to the one of the several people working the front and get a key for you guys' rooms. They have you in one room. There's 10 beds to the room, most of them bunked. You're about 3 beds high on top of each other. As you guys rest up and get ready for sleep after a very long day's travel, we are going to start with Bareth. Interesting. Interesting. Sorry. Let me try this. There we go. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
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 I like that it's dramatically fading people in, yeah.
Yeah,
we
I
had a
don't know
little
what was
trouble
going on.
manifesting. It's
Someone's
okay.
The reception in Blunderville is real bad.
Yeah.
There we go.
Everyone's using
One
the
of
same
you was
Wi-Fi.
broken. I don't know which one it was, so I just had to go through each of you. Barris, we're starting with you.
Oh boy.
This is the first night after your first meeting with the Baron. You guys have been told to wait until tomorrow to meet with him to talk about how you guys got here in the first place. But Bareth, as everyone else is kind of heading to bed, you take a second to read the note that was passed to you by Jean-Duc. Something that he had done at the start of the day as you guys were leaving Fievel and parting ways. As you open up the letter, you just know innately, due to your magical background, that this is some sort of enchanted piece of paper. And on it, Jean-Duc has written a short passage. He says, Berith, my friend, I was so happy that we were able to meet. And I once again thank you and your friends for assisting me in my time of need. I must state, having heard your story about the shadow that follows you, the one that you call Malice, I am interested in acquiring a similar power to assist with my now lack of equilibrium. If you were able to replace a hand, perhaps I'd be able to replace an arm. I request whatever information you might be willing to give to help in my predicament. Then it says in like little subscript, this letter is enchanted, and should you write on it, it will instantly send it to a second piece of paper that is identical. So it's kind of like a pen pal.
I got a pen pal.
Yeah.
Yay.
So as you write on the paper, it'll write on his, and as he writes on his, it'll write on yours.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay. Good to know. I believe that I provided you with something related to this. But at this moment, Bareth would need to consider, because he knows, Jean-Duc may not actually know, that Bareth had a hand and it was perfectly fine, and it is Malice that took the hand and replaced it. So
I believe you
their
told him that.
situations, yeah, their
Yeah.
situations are slightly different. Yeah, Bareth is gonna have to give that some thought before he responds.
Assuming that you do eventually respond.
Yes.
Let's just do the response now, just because we're
Okay.
about to skip 2 years.
Sure.
And it just makes most sense to
So-
do it here for everyone. So,
Okay. So essentially, at a certain point, excuse me,
Mhm.
at a certain point, Bareth would respond to Jean-Duc and say, Jean-Duc, what you ask for is no easy thing. However, if you are dead set on your course of action, who am I to stand in your way? What I can tell you about Malice is very little, other than he is an ancient spirit that was a drow, and his goal is to eliminate Lothsworn drow, and he is a direct opponent to Loth herself. I am unable to contact him directly. It is usually he that reaches out to me. What I can say is that Malice came to me the first time when I was in the Underdark and stumbled upon an old, dilapidated temple. A description of the temple is enclosed below.
it's like
I'm not
poorly
even
drawn.
sure. It's a stick
Yeah, a
house.
stick figure guy in a cave.
But the symbols that are drawn on the house are very impressive. I do not know, given our predicament in High Forest, if it is even possible to reach this location, nor do I know if there's even an entrance to the Underdark in High Forest. But I wish you luck in your search and your quest to replace that which you have lost. If you would do me the courtesy of keeping me abreast of your progress and anything you are able to find out or accomplish related to this task, I would be most grateful. And then, sincerely, Bareth F.
Hags. Don't be a stranger.
Keep in touch.
Yeah, keep in touch.
Hugs and kisses.
All right.
I'll leave the tea on the kettle for you, okay? The light's on whenever you want to stop by.
You don't get an immediate response at whatever
Sure.
point you do write that. Nor do you get a response at all, but we'll get to that.
But when he does respond, he just writes K. and a period.
K lol.
Left you on red.
He leaves you on red, yeah.
Yeah, dot, dot,
When he
dot.
does respond, he's in Barrett's room.
Yeah.
I got your notes.
I replaced my hand with the Pleasure Maker 5000.
Would you like to take it for a test?
Would you like to attempt? All right. The night passes. You're finally able to get a Not a good night's sleep, but at the very least, you're sleeping with each other. And not.
Wait. Hold on.
I didn't know it was going to be that kind of stream.
That's really going to complicate the 2-year time skip.
At the very least, you're not sleeping
Roll
with.
for
Yeah.
orgy.
At the very least, you're not sleeping with a large number of strangers. It's people you're somewhat familiar with. However, the entire night, for those of you who are a bit lighter of sleepers, Sylvie, any of the elves here, the sound is constant. There's the sound of banging construction outside. People are going up and down. Unfortunately, one of the only ways to get to the higher floors, just because of the way that thing is built, is a window that is directly next to your room that people have to climb out of and then climb up a ladder to get to like the 5th floor. So you constantly hear someone going up the rungs of ladder, up and down and up and down. At one point, it sounds
you have
like
a thing about people going into windows to get into places. Because the first place I had to go into, I had to climb in the window because the door didn't work.
yeah, sometimes fantasy people couldn't use doors. All right.
Then he reused
Okay.
that location for us, so we also
We
did it.
didn't
and Runa
perfect
looked like-
doors until well after the 1300s.
At one point, someone with like a metal hat or something goes up and down the ladder, and so you just hear a ding, 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 ding.
Trell
it
is
is-
not sleeping at all. Like she's used to like frog noises,
Third.
and that's it.
Mm-hmm. There's also like a cacophony of snoring at any given point. You'd probably assume in this building where an inn might have like 20 people, maybe 30 pushing it, sleeping at any given time. We're probably dealing with like 100 people in this very tight area. So not the best, not the best sleep of your life, but you're safe, which is nice. You awake the next day, and so far when you've woken up, there's always been breakfast waiting for you down in the tavern, and you're able to get down there and sit at a table and enjoy a nice basket of eggs, bread, and whatever smoked meat they might have. But as you come down now, there is a crowd of people just shouting and yelling and waving their hand, and then a couple people who are working the counter kind of grabbing bread and like taking whatever gold they can and giving each person like one loaf. People are clamoring for whatever food they can get at the moment. You guys can tell me if you try to wait in this line and get your food, or if you just abandon the prospect altogether. But most of you do have, or all of you have, a meeting with the Baron in a very short while.
Trell's gonna wait for a little bit and try and like get the attention, but this is a mess.
Mhm.
And after maybe like 5 minutes of just getting nowhere, I'm gonna cast Goodberry and pop one and head outside.
You gonna give any to anyone else, or is it just?
Sylvia will kind of nudge.
Oh yeah, I'll be like, hey, you want here you go. And yeah, Sylvia, I give a couple of them because
Oh, thanks.
yeah, just if
I
you get
hungry.
Because you guys always have
Hungry.
breakfast together.
Yeah.
yeah.
Our thing.
All right, so you're all given a good berry as you head on out, and you once again see the large, lumbering size of a man, the big size of a man as he comes down the sundown bridge. The Baron, once again, you kind of got a good look at him last time you were here, but now you can see him in a setting where you don't have tired eyes, and you're not in a brand new place. Kind of shocked by that, and you're able to more focus on his visage. The Baron is a lumbering man. I would describe him most in pop culture. He'd probably look like a cross between like Hagrid and Paul Bunyan, if that makes sense. Very large, probably standing at somewhere between 6'7" to 7 foot.
They're the same person.
Paul Bunyan and Hagrid are the same person?
Yeah. It's canon.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, I think she's onto something. Yeah.
I've seen statues, trust me.
What's going on?
I don't know. But you'd assume he's some sort of half giant, as you guys did. One of you asked. I think did we do that, or was that during the time skip?
Bareth
Yeah,
asked.
it was Bareth.
It was a Bareth. Bareth asked if he was half giant. He did somewhat allude that there might be some giant in his bloodline somewhere. As he lumbers down, people are all waving hi to him and giving him some sort of salutation or greeting as he heads down. He's got a very jovial smile on his face, and he kind of walks in a way that is courteous of others, but also intent in his direction, if that makes sense. He will slightly move out of the way for people who don't notice him, but mostly the crowd parts around him. And for good reason. He's the most visible person in this town so far. As he comes up to you, you can better see his outfit, as he has a large green coat on, lumbering over all of you. He has a nice poof of black hair, a somewhat goatee, with very long sideburns. He's wearing a cross stitch, like a plaid style undershirt. There's a mix of blues and browns, and large leather pants, and these massive steel-toed boots. In one hand, he has a pitchfork, which he just carry around, whether for combat purposes or whatever his job might be when he's not meeting with you guys. He does tend to have this thing with him. And he walks up to you and he does a big greeting and says, well, hey there. Good to see you all once again.
Good morning.
Oh,
Hi there.
morning. Like Charles looking. It was spend a night. Good morning.
Hello.
I do hope you got some sort of rest. And,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, it wasn't the worst place I've ever slept.
Yeah,
Well-
we're not really used to this place though. It's kind of loud.
Kinda.
now I do apologize. It is the best we can do, but if you guys would be so kind as to follow me, I'd love to take you and have a chat about how you found yourself in the same predicament as the rest of us.
Lead the way.
Yeah, let's go.
You guys follow him down the bridge, and now you're on the other side of Blunderville. This like small section that is cut off from the rest by Unicorn Run. And you notice here the houses are a bit less stacked. It seems like there's a bit less people as well. To your right, as you come down the bridge, there is a very different subset of architecture that heads towards the docks. It almost looks what we would call like Middle Eastern in style. Flat top houses, white stone used to build them. A good mixture of geography, from like half circles to archways. And you also see moored at the dock is a large ship that has a bunch of people and a big hustle and bustle about it. The sails are completely open and unfurled as if it was sailing, yet it is completely stationary. And on it you see the cross of two, what I can only describe as hooked maces. They look like maces with a little bend in the middle of them for the handle. And they cross over a large gold coin with a symbol of a lamp in the middle of it. That's what's on the sails of the boat. As you go a bit further, the Baron leads you towards a grouping of buildings that seem to encapsulate a little courtyard area. And in the middle of this courtyard is a very striking bit of architecture. It is a large gallows. Several, at the moment, bodies hang from it. But there are several more open slots where more could possibly hang. Nooses empty. And he actually brings you into this courtyard towards the gallows. And then if any of you might get nervous for a second, those nerves are quickly assuaded with him turning slightly right and heading towards a small eatery that is tucked in the corner. Again, most of these buildings are very crowded and like stacked near each other, but this area is definitely less crowded. And there does seem to be a good grouping of people here. This is what's known as Smuggler's Square, by the way. It's where most of the shopping is done on this section of Blunderville. A table is already ready, and several people dressed in half plate with these stone rings on their fingers, wielding a variety of very well-kept weapons, are standing around the table. And they, the Baron gestures towards them and walks over and says, please now, do me a favor and have a seat.
Trell's going to sit so she doesn't have the gallows in direct view.
Alternatively, Sylvie's going to sit with the gallows directly in view.
Elgit's going to sit.
Okay. Would anyone else like to roll to sit?
No.
Was that a dex check?
Roll,
Yeah,
roll initiative for musical chairs.
You guys gather around the table, and the Baron takes a seat, and you kind of notice the pegs of wood that hold this chair up kind of bend a little bit as he takes his seat. And he says, well, you've put me in quite the predicament here. This is my voice now. I'm kind of like a southern lawyer. You put me down in quite a predicament here now.
Is this a chicken cafe?
Say now, son.
Yeah.
Right.
What happened when we crossed the river?
I say, now, how did you go and get in this forest now? But he does ask that question. He says, now you put me in somewhat of a predicament here. I can't stop. You've put me in some.
He's a chicken, dude.
I'm not gonna say it again. Who? You've put me in somewhat of a predicament here. I am wondering how y'all might have found your way into the high forest. We've gone quite some time without anyone new who hasn't originated somewhere in these woods. So please now tell me your story.
Well,
kind of.
we all have some stories before we got to these woods. Bottom line, we came here looking after some people who'd gone missing and got sucked in. We had a fight right at the edge of the woods, and as we fought, we found ourselves in the middle of the woods suddenly.
You'll have to excuse me for perhaps not explaining things here. I'm not sure how long you've been in High Forest so far, but time works a little bit differently recently. Would you mind telling me the current date as you know it?
1369?
1369.
Yeah, I assume we know the date.
I don't know.
Yeah,
The date.
The exact month
1369.
and day, I'm not gonna, but 1369 is.
Yeah.
Right. To kind of explain to you, as far as we've been keeping track, most people agree that we're in 1374.
What?
In fact, if I remember correctly, when you first met me on the bridge last night, you said you were here looking for someone from Calmwater.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Yes.
why we came
Yeah.
this way.
We
Yeah.
did have someone come from Calmwater, who also claimed the year was 1369.
Okay.
A woman, a widowed mother whose child had also passed away. But she came about 6 months ago.
Where we
Edward
came from,
Jewel?
we heard she's only been gone about 2 weeks, 3 weeks at most.
Well, now you understand the predicament we're in.
It's very strange.
Yeah, we did run into someone who came in after us in Bible, which we went to, and they had said that it had been a long time since, or that the time didn't match up with what they said and what we had experienced. So it's not just there. You think it's 1374?
From our experience, it sounds like time is slowing down and speeding up to kind of correct itself. Our lands are disjointed. Whether we are in the future looking back into the past, or the past is being sucked into the future, I am unsure. But one thing I am sure of is that I believe that a party like you might be a bit in over your heads.
Time distortion.
What I would recommend is you tell me what you do know about the outside, how things have developed, and that you all take a serious look at the situation you're in. This town was not meant to suit the amount of people currently in it, as I'm sure you have no doubt seen.
It's a bit much.
Not sure how much you know about our good town of Blunderville, but we are a bandit town, ruled by 6 bands. I would recommend, if you're going to stay here in the safety of Blunderville, that you find yourself indispensable to one of these bands. Otherwise, you may find yourself, as many other travelers do, destitute or, in a worse state, dead. I'll do what I can for the common people of this town, but I am but one man in a sea of thousands. I can only do so much. Already taxing as it is to pay for your rent and get you a room where there was none.
Is that what happened to the woman who came through 6 months ago? Is she dead?
She's still around. Where she's gone off, I'm not too sure, but as far as I'm aware, she has not left this mortal plane. Speaking of leaving this mortal plane, I also recommend that you do not die while you're here.
I mean,
Is
I
there
don't
anywhere you
plan
recommend
on
we
it.
do die?
Outside the forest, if possible. To explain,
Okay.
death seems to work a little bit differently where we are now.
What
How
do you
so?
mean by that?
Our contacts with the gods seem a bit strained, if you could believe that. Are any of you touched by the gods, perhaps? A cleric? Perhaps you've devoted your life and have some sort of oath?
No, we all seem pretty atheistic, quite honestly.
If
That
you
is weirdly
I
true.
mean, there's rituals of course, but not.
We had one holy
devotion.
man in the party, and we just kicked him right out.
He was very stupid.
if
He was very
you
dumb
A
and got
holy man
lost
got
a lot.
lost.
if you did find yourself trying to call upon any sort of god, you would find yourself without answer.
Well, it's good to know.
Most of the souls that pass on here do not go to a different plane. They do not get to revel in the joys of Elysium or suffer in the pits of Avernus. They tend to stay here in the material, which leads to a whole other outcropping of problems.
I think we may have seen some people like that.
We
I wonder
definitely
it's so
have.
overpopulated.
I'm sure you might have. Again, I'm amazed that you have made it this far. I'm assuming others might have entered into the wood at some point and just passed along the way, but do tell me of your journeys, and at this point, montage of you guys explaining everything that happened so far. Yeah.
What's the montage set to? What music?
Hall notes. What I've got, don't stop, that might be hard to handle.
I was thinking
It's very
Eye of the
upbeat
Ti-
for
no,
tragedy.
Eye of the Tiger's coming up.
As Barrett explains him killing a kid. So you finish up the rest of your lunch with the Baron. If any of you are still hungry or you haven't eaten your good berry, It is a pittance of food, a salad, and then a small piece of fish. But it is something. The Baron goes on and describes basically what John Duke described to you, how the bands work, who they are. And he says, he's a busy man, but if you need any help, just try to find him and he'll do what he can. Berth.
I do have a question before we part ways.
What do you want to know now, yeah?
You are the Baron, essentially the elected leader of the city.
Yes, I am.
Has that role always existed? How did you come to be the Baron of this place?
The Baron of Blunderville? Nice little bit of alliteration there now, in it? No, I did not originate this position. There's always been a Baron of Blunderville. Mostly it is some sort of bandit leader or someone who's risen to the rank high enough to command authority among the various bands of Blunderville. We like our bees over here.
I can tell.
For me personally, there was a incident 2 years before. 2 years before the majority of weirdness started occurring here in this forest. A raid upon Blunderville. Another band attempted to do a hostile takeover. I was able to stand up for the common people and assist them during this time. Those who were without the protection of gangs were being accosted, robbed, stolen from, killed. But I was able to organize them and make it a more hospitable place to live. After a couple years had passed, they all decided to elect me the next Baron. And I've done my best to keep this place as safe as I can for people who follow a more lawful path. That's also how I got this. And he stands up and kind of pulls up one of his pant legs.
Whoa.
And out flops his massive he pulls up one of his
right
pant
on
legs.
the table. Okay.
Yeah. He pulls up one of his pant legs and you see his right leg there's just a huge gash kind of carved out of it where the hamstring would be. It's not bleeding anymore, but it's just a very scarred area. And that's probably why he does walk without a limp, as you may have noticed, if you were paying enough attention. And probably why he carries the pitchfork around as well, because he's using it as some sort of walking stick, essentially. My fighting days may be behind me, but I'm still able to provide a sort of intellectual and planning role for the town to make sure things still operate smoothly.
You mentioned this other band. Is there anything we should watch out for with them or be aware of?
They've been gone for quite some time now, my friend. About 6 years.
What was their name? What was the name of the band?
Good question.
And 6 years here? Or 6
Or-
years?
Well, yeah. What other time scale would he have?
Well,
Yeah, so it would
Yeah,
be
it's for a long
6
time.
years.
It was 2 years before the shit happened. That the fighting started, and then they've been gone for about 6. So do quick math.
8?
Sure. Very good question about who they were. And they were
A band.
the
Named.
Bad Boys.
How do you spell
Oh,
boys?
Wings with Paul McCartney.
They were
Is it BADDE? Led by
B-O-I-E.
Grayson Bad.
yeah, Grayson Bad and
The Bad Street Boys.
Sailor boys.
All right, Bad Boys.
sure, because
For life.
I can't find the name of that.
Sure.
That'll probably change eventually.
It's not a name we recognize.
No.
Okay,
no.
and can you list each of their names first and last and what race they were?
Yeah,
too?
yeah. Let me do that. I'll do that.
And
as
their
well.
favorite colors, please.
And
Yeah.
what kinds of magic I detect on True Detect Magic.
So, real quick, clarifying. So, it was 2 years ago that Abel Scratch became the Baron?
No, 6 years. No. Yeah, 6. 5 years. 5 years ish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to place
Yeah, it's
because
this
you
the
just
time shit. He started
get-
getting popular 2 years before the wood got whatever the fuck happened. Before the weirdness began in High Forest, 2 years before that is when the raid happened from. I had a name for them. It is killing me.
So 7 years ago.
Yes.
Because weirdness started 5 years ago. Because according to their calendar, it's 13.
7 years ago, they got attacked by the bad boys.
Got it. Okay.
Then
Thank you
after about a year, he was able to. He was instrumental in defeating them, and then he started taking on a more powerful role. And then for the last some odd years, he's been in charge. But it was if the question is what I think it is, he got in power before shit started going on. It wasn't like, yeah, he got in power and then all of a sudden the wood got weird.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
believe that's what you're
Wood
trying to suss out.
Wood started to get weird like 5 years ago, but he became the Baron like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
It had something to do with figure. This is gonna kill me now. Okay, talk amongst yourselves really quickly as I try to remember it.
So how is bad boy spelled?
Don't talk to me.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
assume that
BADDDEBOYZZZ. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta have the extra Z's.
What about BOI?
Crypt figures.
Yeah,
Crypt
that's what I was
figures.
Crypt
That's it.
figures.
Crypt
Okay.
figures.
Crypt figures.
Figures,
Is
not the
that
bad
figures
boy.
with 3 Z's at the end?
Yeah. and crypt is spelled CRIYPTT.
Oh, it's not just CRIP.
Crypt.
Just like, you know. They fought the bloody
Yeah,
something.
the Blood Boys. Crypt figures. That's it. The crypt figures.
Were they led by Dumpster Dan?
Yeah. All right. So your meeting finishes up. You've asked all the wonderful questions you needed to. And as you all kind of get up and he kind of signals the end of the luncheon, he says, well, I do wish you luck. Try not to let this city eat you alive, and know that I'm working tirelessly, as well as many others, to get us out of this predicament, okay? Any other questions for me
All
before I skedaddle?
I mean,
Just a bit overwhelmed right now, you know?
yeah.
This is a
Yes.
lot.
This is
Not
this
at
is a lot.
current.
I'm
Both
sure.
a lot and not enough.
But you seem like you could handle yourself in most minor predicaments, and you seem to have come out of 5 all right, given the terrible things you've been through. So I can only assume that you'll be able to handle Blunderville just fine.
We'll see.
All right.
Thank you.
So,
TTYL. Love you. Bye bye.
Okay, thanks.
See you later.
Thanks, bye.
And he gets up and walks away, and so does the litany of guards that were associating you guys or accompanying you guys during your lunch.
Oh, damn. So the crowds are probably closing back in around us then.
Yeah, the crowds are starting to be like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
Shrell
food's
hates
open again.
that.
And as the crowd does kind of start to drown out any conversation you'd be able to have, and you're all kind of sitting there looking at each other, there is a sense of what now?
So we're
And we
just
will pick back
trapped
up
here.
2 years later. Fade to black.
SpongeBob 2 years later.
The year for you guys now is 1371 DR. 2 years have passed since your last meeting with the Baron. Most of you have decided to stay within the confines of Blunderville. It was for some, harrowing 2-year journey. For others, you may have come out a bit further, but one thing is certain: the connections and the group that you guys had established has gone. Some of you only kept in contact with one other person. Some of you might see each other on a very rare occasion. And particularly, one person hasn't really seen any of you at all, except for one fateful encounter. We pick up 2 years later in the top of an attic in the stacks. The stacks are a small grouping of houses kind of tucked deep to the north of Blunderville, with one small cobblestone road leading through it. They're called the stacks because these are literally stacks of houses on top of each other. This is also the main territory of the Ripper Gang. The Ripper Gang, interestingly enough, gives its members ranks by how high they are in their living situation in the stacks. So people who are at the very top in the attic are the lowest ranking members, and then people who are on the first floor are the highest ranking. And in the attic of one of these stacks, back in a small closet, sitting alone in her room as the moonlight fills her tiny living quarter, is Runa Kendry. No longer going by her name Runa Kendrician. She looks a bit different than when you last would have seen her 2 years ago. Gone are her tattered clothes and disheveled appearance. Also gone is her somewhat meek stance and wide-eyed gaze at the world. The person we see here looks more disheveled and down on her luck. Scattered along the room are several empty bottles of honeyed wine and different liquors. She sits on her bed, playing with her Ripper blade, which is a special blade used to slice pockets and pickpocket unsuspecting people throughout Blunderville. Runa, it's about time for you to start your day. Now that it's reaching midnight, there are people out there to rob. So, what does Runa do?
Runa is going to get up from her bed. She'll put on her jacket. She'll do a little slappy slap to make sure she's awake. Because Runa has not really been taking care of herself. She hasn't been sleeping. She's been drinking a lot. She hasn't really been eating. She joined the Ripper Gang, and she tends to try to give anything that she can from her her spoils back away to the gang, even more than she's required to. But she's gonna go out tonight and do another job. So she gets up, she puts on her boots, which allow her to leave a different set of tracks than her own shoes, than like her own shoes appear. And she puts on her jacket. Kind of quietly exits out as much as she can in the very creaky attic through the floor and starts going down the stairs, all 8 floors down to the street.
Now, as she's going down the stairs, Runa's costume changes have become somewhat of a staple here for all of us. Can you describe what she's currently wearing?
Of course. Yeah, so Runa is in kind of a... Well, the jacket I'll skip, but otherwise she's in kind of a flowy, satiny shirt, dark green, and some like wrapped pants that go into her tall laced boots. So she looks like she's going out for a night on the town a little bit, and she's got a jacket that goes on over it that's another dark green color. It's got a little bit of a pattern on the back, and it's got some gold accents on it.
As Runa heads down each floor, the living arrangements get slightly better every time you go down. So the attic is just a bunch of scattered beds, whereas like the 4th floor has, mirrors for them to like see what they're looking like. And as you pass by the 4th floor, you really quickly hop by, and one of the other Ripper members notices you and, gives you a hug and pulls you in. And as they're fixing their face and doing whatever they need to do, you kind of look in the mirror and, fix any blemishes or whatever Runa might have on her. At which point, you kiss the other member on the head as you keep going down the stairs. And as you get to the 1st floor, the scene is now gone from that quiet, bleak attic to somewhat of a party. As you head down, there's a lot of people extravagantly dressed, not in the way that thieves would, with cloaks and leather and dark colors, but there's one guy in just a pure satin nightgown that is nearly completely see-through, and he's wearing nothing else underneath, and he's dancing on the table with 2 little twin halflings who's got one in each hand, and they're spinning in circles. There's wine flowing and drinks flowing. On the wall, noticeably to you, is an unconscious Dwergar, which is a deep dwarf, who has his arms tied up at the wrist and his legs bound, and he's on like a rack sort of thing. And there is a Arakoa, which you might know, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So if I'm pronouncing it wrong, please let me know. It is a bird person, essentially. And in their feathered hands, they kind of do like a little jazz hands, and the feathers of their hands are replaced with knives. Then they pull them out, and they're just throwing them at this at this Dwergar who's tied up. All the knives just barely missing, but the bird is laughing. And in the middle of this scene of wonderment and impeccable fashion is a very tall and slender person in general. They don't really subscribe to any idea of gender or identity. Standing at probably, I'd say 6'3", without the heels, but of course they are wearing heels, which probably add another 2 inches to their height, in long fishnets, dark heels, wearing tight leather pants that are more booty shorts than anything else, and then a corset that pushes up his or her ample bosom, thanks to whatever padding they might have added, with a full beard and coiffed hair, with a single metal pick in their mouth, is Mary Ripper, who to most of you would look like somewhat of a cross between Hook from the movie Hook and Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show. And as this person turns around in the most elegant fashion, they're like, Runa, darling, where are you off to tonight? Which you can barely hear over the sound of everything going on around you.
I'm heading out to make that gold, Mary.
You're always working, dear. Can't you take just a second to party?
I don't have it in me to party anymore, but it seems like you guys have really got it handled tonight.
You're gonna miss it. We're gonna see how far a gnome hand can go down a goose's throat.
I can't wait to hear all about it later.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like tries to like fake a smile.
All right there, dear. Don't die now. Jonathan, as he
I'll do
claps
my
his
best.
hands and a small gnomish man kind of crawls out from underneath the table. Jonathan, where's that goose? And the last thing you hear before you leave the room is panic honks that almost immediately get muffled. Honk, honk. As you step out of the raucous room at the bottom of one of these stacks, you step onto the cobblestone streets, and even as late as it is, it's still quite lively here in Blunderville. And your also quite ostentatious boots do like have a little clop 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 as you
click click.
as you head down the cobblestone path and into the main street as you head towards Heighton Street, which is where a lot of the businesses operate. Kind of flicking and playing with your ripper knife in your hand. The ripper knife is, by the way, if you've ever seen anyone play CSGO, which probably none of you have, but they have those little like bladed knives. It kind of like flips back and flips out and then like flips back in to be more compact, if that makes any sense. But it's something that you would it would wrap around your knuckles. That's how you'd hold it. And then it could like, not really a switchblade. No, I see what you're saying, or a butterfly knife. It would be like brass knuckles with a blade on the end of it, and the blade can then retract. That's the best way to. So it's able to just fit into your palm, and no one would even know you'd have it out, you know? So as you walk down this street, you see a couple pretty good marks, Runa. Two drunken men that you haven't really seen before are kind of arm in arm. One of them is, surprisingly enough, a Goliath, which is quite rare in this area, but they're essentially, they are half giants. They're quite tall, and he's kind of bumbling around, and he's got his arm draped over another man who is a larger built half elf. If the Goliath is like 6'6", this half elf is probably like 6'2", but they're drunkenly stumbling over each other. Not people you've seen before. The half elf has a notch taken out of one of his ears, and the Goliath has a strange smattering of tattoos down his back that kind of look like the Matrix things that like are following the little green code. It's that, but like in Elvish, kind of tripping down.
Okay.
So instead of hair, it looks like he just has Elvish words on the back of his head.
Is he shirt? Oh, on his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is shirtless as well.
Back?
It kind of,
oh, but he's shirtless.
yeah, it goes like all the way down. And they're kind of stumbling down the street together. A pretty good mark. What would you like to do?
I would like to take a look to see which one of them I think is more intoxicated.
They seem equally fucked up. They're like
Okay.
they're like stumbling, and like at one point they stop because they see a snail on the ground, and they look at each other and they go, "Oh!" and they like bend down to try to pick it up, but they kind of lose their footing and stumble all over the place.
Okay. Do they appear to be in a relationship, or are they just
No,
hanging on to each other because I didn't know.
Just walking down the street.
Runa needs to know if she can use her feminine wiles to try to distract one. So if they appeared to be in a relationship, she wouldn't go that route.
How would you know?
Well, I mean, if they're clearly like, if they're like kissing all over each other or something,
No,
then
they're
I
just-
would
they're
not
just-
go that way. Okay.
they're hanging
just
out.
drunk and can't walk. Okay.
One of them has a gay
Well,
pride sticker on the back. Like, what?
I don't know. Runa's trying to be more observant, and you know. So Runa will go up to them and strike up a conversation and say, you know, where's the party tonight, boys?
They're a bit too intoxicated to really hear what you say. But
that's okay.
The half elf turns around and goes, "Oh, who are you? Are you a waitress?" And they both start cracking up again.
I could be. And
oh wait, you've got food? Hold on. She's got food. What you've got? I'm dead starving.
Runa does a little twirl with her hand and says, does a nice steak sound good? And using prestidigitation, a steak, like a steaming steak on a plate.
Minor illusion.
That would be minor illusion?
Yeah.
Oh, it says non-magical.
Prestidigitation would be like a coin or
that
like
can fit in your hand. Oh, okay. All right, minor illusion. So she does that same thing, but it's minor illusion.
There you go. Good job.
And a plate. Thank you. A crow flies over, and she kind of sets it down on a barrel next to her. And, you know, she says, "Eat up, boys." And as will they walk towards her then?
Sure. Yeah, they walk towards her. I'm trying to pull up my dice to.
Oh, okay.
To roll dice, you have to just be in an encounter, so I have to go do that really quick.
Take your time, drunken couple of men.
Give us a second to understand whether or not we believe you, love. Yeah, give me half a second. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is gonna look weird to some of you really quickly, but do not worry about it. Okay. Let's see how they do. Disadvantage. He's drunk. That's better. He goes, "Oh,
I can't see these yet."
Holy shit, had that out of no way. Oh, and he kind of like stumbles towards the table where you've said, and they both kind of go towards it. And as they reach for it, their hands go through and they're like, "Wait, what?" And for a brief, like 10-second period, they're not paying attention to you and are focused on the,
on the plate
yeah.
that isn't there?
Yes.
During that 10 seconds, she does want to use her ripper knife and try to slit one of the pockets in one of their, I don't know if they have jackets on or pants pockets.
Yes, yeah, you can. So do a sleight of hand with advantage while I try to fix something.
22.
22.
With advantage, it already has the A by it, so then I just click it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So you didn't do advantage. You're supposed to click advantage, then roll. So you can roll one more time, but you don't need to because that's a success.
Okay.
With a
sure, it doesn't look like I could click it. Okay.
You click advantage, then you click roll. Yeah, now you see.
I'm going to do it again just to practice, but I want to use that roll.
Okay. You get to choose the higher roll anyway, so that's how advantage
perfect.
works. With a
it's
quick,
the same.
Quick flick of the wrist, you were able to slice open their pockets. And the way the ripper blade works, just because it's so thin and the way it's serrated, is it barely makes any noise. They don't even notice it as you very quickly slice open their jacket pockets and reach in really quickly from the back. Managed to grab a pack of 15 gold, pouch of 15 gold, and some kind of a wallet, essentially just another pouch that has a bunch of personal effects in it, but then another 13 gold on top of that. And then just as quickly as you arrived and came into their life, you're gone. And by the time they turn around and say, "Hey, wait, this steak isn't. Wait, where'd she go? And you're already gone. A bit further from where you are on Heighton Street, doing his nightly patrols, walking up and down the darkened roads, is a stout dwarven man, boasting a new set of armor with a stone ring on his finger, next to his partner, who is a dragonborn gentleman with black scales. Belgit, you are patrolling Heighton Street tonight, going up and down the stacks and making sure that if there is any illegal activity happening, it is at least sanctioned.
You gotta make sure it's the right legal activity.
As you walk up and down the street, your partner, whose name is Bigsy, Bigsy, you and your partner stumble across two men who are kind of all over themselves right now. A half-elf, larger half-elf gentleman, and a Goliath, who are like on the ground and looking for things as people walk around them. They're making a bit of a scene.
So what do you make of this, Bigsy?
Looks like a couple of drunkards may have lost their glasses or something. Be kind of funny if we like kick them when they're down and not paying attention. We could see how many times we could do it before they get angry at us. You like playing that game, right, Belgit?
They don't look like a fun fight.
Look at the size of that Goliath. You don't think that'd be fun?
Yeah, but look how sloppy he is.
You're getting soft on me, Belgit. You don't want to play, I will. He kind of walks over to them and says, "What's the matter, big boys? Drop something?" Yeah, I can't find my gold. There was a steak on the table. Points over the table. There's nothing there. Can't find your gold? Well, maybe it's in your ass. And he just, as hard as he can, kicks the half-elf right in the posterior. And then begins laughing. Belgit.
Belgit's just gonna watch.
It was like, what you do that for? He said, "Oh, didn't like it. Want to do something about it, man? Oh? Show how tough you are. You look like you could have a fight." He's like, "Oh, I just want my steak, man." At which point the Goliath gets up and is like, "You want to punch my companion? I don't think so. Pull them up, you lizard fuck." And will drunkenly swing at the Dragonborn. He'll move. It's not hard. He just kind of takes a step back, and the Goliath kind of does like one of those cartoony like spins as he swung too hard and missed. At which point the Dragonborn pulls out what is essentially like a billy club and just clocks him as hard as he can over the head. The Goliath goes down. Look at that one there, Belgit. Out cold.
I told you he was soft.
Come on, they're no fun. And as he walks by, the half-elf on the floor, who's drunkenly passed out, looks up at you, Belgit, and says, I really need to find my wallet.
Well, where did you last have it?
I was with my friend there, and then a lady come up, got a face looked like she was a grape, and she says she's our waitress and she give me a steak. And then I turn around, she's gone, and the money's gone, and the steak's gone.
Face like a grape. Okay. I'm just gonna vaguely scan anywhere around us.
Roll perception for me.
Oh, that would be a 7.
You don't notice much immediately around you. There's a lot of people coming and going in this area, and this guy's kind of making a scene, so some people have kind of stopped.
Also, he's shit-faced, and he gave me a horrible description of who it could be, so, like, I'm not even looking.
He says, and he goes, face like a grape, big old scratch right down one of her eyes. Which does
Big
resonate.
old scratch.
Does resonate for you. You do know someone by that.
Well, whoever they are, I don't see him now.
Do you just continue with your patrol?
Yep.
You follow your partner Big Z as he's already halfway down the street. There's like a group of small halflings walking by, and he just really quick turns to them and goes, "Rah!" And they all jump, and he starts laughing.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
No, I laugh at that. I laugh at that out loud.
And as you keep walking down Heighton Street, past the groups of people, give me one more perception check, Belgin.
I'm going to spend the second win on that to try and improve that from a 7. Mathematically, it can only go up to an 8 from here. It has to get higher. We got a 10 now, baby.
Hey, 10's better than 7.
If that still does not succeed, I do not expend the use.
if only because you were just told by this drunken half-elf a certain person's description. If only because that you do notice a purple-tinted skin amongst the large grouping of people here in Blunderville. Specifically, over in the corner, running another gambit, is Runa talking to a shorter human gentleman who looks older in age. And at this point, she has her hood down and she's giving the whole work, so she's not really trying to be super stealthy. Runa, you are currently trying to gain access to this man's domicile, who is interested in taking you home. And as a shorter, older man, he goes, well, I can tell you that I've been with several elven women in the past. There was a high elf once, and a wood elf girl who did things with her fingers that I hope that maybe you're into too. If you, what was I saying? There was, I've made a small cake if you'd like some back in my house, if you're not busy tonight.
Runa will steel herself for what she's about to say and say, I would love it if you could eat the cake off of me.
Oh, oh, we're doing it Ganassi style, I see. Of course, let me just pay my tab here at the tavern, and you wait right here, and I'll be right back. And he like kind of hobbles over into the bar excitedly. At which point, Runa, you notice a very familiar dwarven face staring at you from across the road.
Runa would like just kind of turn away.
Belgit?
I'm gonna wait till the old guy comes back.
You couldn't even save me from the old guy? Thanks so much.
The old man comes back and he goes, I got some powdered rhino horn that's supposed to help me with a certain area, if you know what I'm saying, from a strange goblin man in there. And, you see, I live just down the way a bit towards the stacks, if you'd like to, at which point Belgit walks up.
I don't know if it's worse to interrupt this and ruin it or let it happen. You know what? No, he already knows that she's done something that technically complicated his life, so he's gonna complicate hers and approach and say, "Hey, what's this going on?"
Hello there, sir. I've already claimed this woman for the night. You can move along now, please. And he turns back.
Oh, that's the one that's been giving everybody crabs.
Crabs? My wife will kill me if I bring crabs home. I've got to go. And he shuffles
move along.
Runa will say, he wasn't worth it anyway.
Yeah, but I hear that steak was about a little while ago.
Oh yeah, I did have a little fun with those two drunk guys. They asked if I was a waitress, so I said yes.
All the magic in the world and you look like yourself. Seems lazy. And I walk off.
I'm beautiful.
Are you gonna chase after him, or?
Absolutely not. I would get out of there.
Really quickly, once more, both of you roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Natty 1, baby.
Oh my god,
you
worst
trip
cop
as you
ever.
walk away, like just a tiny stumble. You say that killer line and then you
9.
kind of stumble away. A 9, that's not high enough either.
Cool.
As you guys are doing that little conversation, a cloaked figure walks down the alleyway, and kind of bumps into the back of you, Runa. And then really, it's right before Belgit leaves. And says his, like, you know, his line about looking like yourself. And he turns, they turn around, whoever they might be, with a more masculine voice. You hear something to the effect of, I apologize. And then as he turns and passes by you, Belgit, you also feel like a little, you don't notice it because you rolled a 1, but he also brushes by you. And after your little exchange,
Do I recognize that voice?
no, not with a 9.
All right.
After your exchange, Runa, you notice 2 things. 1, your gold pouch is missing completely. So anything you had on you that night is gone. But also, you have a note in your pocket. Belgit, same with you. Your gold is gone. But there is a note.
I don't think I would have taken much gold with me on patrol.
No, it's just whatever you would have had on you. Yeah, like a couple pieces here or there.
It's really that other guy's gold is gone now.
Yeah. I'd say both of you lose about 15 that you might have had. Just stuff you would have had on you in case anything arises. But Belgit, you don't notice the note until you're done with your patrol. You were a bit completely oblivious to that. But about 3 minutes later, as you reach to like count what you've gotten from those guys, you notice that it's gone, and your pocket's been picked, and there is a note in there, Runa.
Runa would kind of like duck in, or does she move away from the alley, or is she still by it?
She's wherever you want her to be on High Street. I'm sorry, on Heighton Street.
She would like have kind of like patted herself down and realized something was gone and felt for the note, and then she would have kind of ducked like around a corner, like out of the path of people walking back and forth to read the note.
Okay, so she kind of ducks into a back alley, puts her back against the wall and pulls out the note. The first thing you notice is the crest of the Levensdur, which I don't think I've described to you guys yet, so I will. It is a sparrow holding a dagger in its claws, with its wings open.
I feel like that came up at some point.
Maybe. Possibly. Now you know. The crest of the Levensdur is on it. And it simply says, long time no see. Meet me at the Wobblebits tomorrow. Bring friends. Belgit, you get a very similar note
just,
at the end of the night.
fold it up and put it back in her pocket and roll her eyes a little bit.
There's also the implication that he has your stuff.
Yes.
I like the idea that he wrote that note knowing that he was going to be able to fit bucket you.
Oh, I feel like that was just like the opportunity. He was going to slip her the note and was like, oh yeah, okay, I'll take this too.
I'll take a little bit of this. All right. Yeah, and Belgit later on that night, you also find that out as you're ending your patrol, and Bigsy, as you part ways, Bigsy's like, I'm gonna go pick on some orphans. I'll see you later, Belgit. And he heads toward the orphanage.
Don't stay up too late.
Don't stay up too late. I'm gonna make that guy as mean as humanly possible and see when you say something about it.
Remember, if you don't say anything, you're complicit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go bully the elderly.
They had their time.
Oh my God.
It's their policies that got this town in the shape it's in anyway.
Late at night, outside of the walls of Blunderville, in the sprawling forest, there is a small clearing where a hill kind of crests up near the tree line, and not up near the tree line, but it crests up and the tree line raises. That's a better way of me putting it. And beneath the roots and the dirt and the waving grass in this night air, there's a small door built into the side of this hill, and a small figure with auburnish hair, right? Auburn, yeah, auburnish hair. Comes home, a stick on her back, and at the end of the stick is tied a dead rabbit, and under another arm there'd be a bundle of foraged vegetables and shrooms and any other manner of plant life. And we see Trell for the first time after 2 years enter into her door and into her little hole in the ground. Inside Trell, you notice someone already waiting for you. A familiar face, and someone who you've worked quite a bit with. It is your partner / mentor.
I'm going to kind of like tilt the stick, like put the stick down so the rabbit at the end kind of wobbles a little bit. And I'm like, Petrel, I told you, you just can't come in. How many times have I told you?
Petrel turns around and says, I know, but I was hungry.
You didn't catch anything again? Or did you just expect me to do it?
You're
again?
always out looking for things. I know you'll bring something back.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna be stew, though. You up for stew?
Oh, you know I love me a stew. By the way, while you were out, got a message for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, some weird-looking half-elf man come up with his friend, gave me this. And he's got like a parcel in his hand, not just a note, but a parcel wrapped.
Oh, Well, here, go ahead and start skinning this, and I'll hand him the rabbit and take the parcel.
Oh, you know I hate this pot.
Yeah, I do too.
And Patrol,
I'm feeding
I'm
you
so
though,
sorry.
aren't
I described Patrol to you, and I've completely forgotten what Patrol looks like. So I'd love to describe for everyone else. Did I explain it?
You've described him to me as a half-elf, about 10 years younger, so he's early mid-30s.
Was that all I did?
That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Patrol, by the way, is a younger half elf.
I just realized our names are so close.
Yeah, Trell and Patrol. And you guys patrol together. Patrol has very boyish features. Maybe looks like a blonde Timothy Chalamet type vibe.
You're just on Timothy Chalamet.
I played Liza P.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fucking Lies of Timothy Chalamet is what they should have called it. But yeah, so yeah, just very boyish in their looks is what I'm trying to get at. And they're definitely taller than you, but probably like 5'8"-ish, which isn't huge for a half elf, but not small. And a bit more lanky and slender. As he starts carving up the rabbit, you hear, "Oh, I hate the gizzards," as he's pulling out all the.
You didn't cut the stomach, did you?
I cut the stomach.
Make sure you go out and wash it out before.
Oh.
Jeez.
All right. And as he walks out, you take the time now that you're in private to open up the parcel. And it's a bomb. No.
Oh, no. Well, there goes my house.
It is a package of shade bark, Trell.
Oh. Player me kind of thinks I know what that is.
That's the whole reason you came in the first place.
Oh, wait, was it called shade bark?
Yep.
Wow, it's been a while.
It has been a while.
In-game and out.
That was 8 sessions ago. That was session 0 shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, shade bark is a very
my
special.
notes say shade wood.
Oh, let's shade bark now.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what I wrote.
It's canon now.
It's canon as shade bark now.
All right.
Shade bark is a mushroom that grows in place of bark on the side of trees in certain areas of South Forest, and is widely used for its hallucinatory properties. There is some medical application there, but for the most part, if it's a Friday night and the kids are getting a bit rowdy, they grab some shade bark and they go see a movie. So you get this package of shade bark, which it shouldn't be in this area. It only comes in Southwood, and you're in High Forest.
Huh.
There is no note associated with it, but you do see a stamp on the parcel that you recognize as a sparrow holding a dagger in its arms, in its claws.
And had we seen that at all prior? Like in the anywhere in Fievel, underneath in the barrel.
The
area?
Levensdoor crest?
Yeah.
You would have seen it when you were in the abandoned the house that was locked.
Do I remember the question? Yeah.
Yeah, you
think
remember.
so.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. So I'm going
It's been 2 years, but
So I kind of wrap it back up a little, and I'm going to tuck it away like on a shelf behind some things before Patrell gets back. That's interesting.
Patrol gets back holding 2 ends of a rabbit, and like half of the guts are spilling out, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know what I did."
I'll get it, and she's gonna go ahead and salvage. At least it's stew. We're cutting it up anyway. Just it's everywhere.
He's covered. More blood than should be in a rabbit. It's just covering him. And as we fade away from that scene, we move over a bit, and on a rooftop, somewhere along the water, of Unicorn Run, on top of one of these stacks, there is a dead and bloody drow elf, who currently has a staff impaled through his mouth. And we see the staff slowly lift up, dripping with blood, as Sylvie wipes it off and then pulls out a small checklist and scratches off a name. A tiny buzzing is heard around your head, Sylvie, as all of a sudden what looks like a dragonfly kind of pops into not much of a bigger figure, but a bit bigger, a small fairy who's kind of hovering near you. And she goes, well, that one was quick now, wasn't it? The fairy has like almost fluorescent yellow skin that's currently covered up with a dark cloak. She has little dragonfly wings coming out the back of her. She's probably about 2 feet tall in height.
It was quick. They just seem to get quicker.
They die so fast nowadays. You notice that? It used to take about 20 minutes to kill them, but now they just kind of fall on over dead.
Yeah. Like catching flies.
But we better get back and let them know that we've done it.
Sounds good. Let's go.
To not get caught on your current mission, Sylvie, we're going to need to do some acrobatics to get you down off this roof, as well as a stealth check. So if you want to do stealth first, and then we'll follow that up with acrobatics.
Okie dokie. Stealth at advantage. That is a 21.
Beautiful. Sylvie kind of puts her hood up, and seemingly she starts blending into the background, as with a wonderful 21 in acrobatics, she's able to, like an old kung fu movie, kind of do flips and jump down the stacks on the little outcroppings of wood that litter the sides of these buildings, almost like they were like Assassin's Creed made. Like there's always something to grab onto to get up and down.
A little bit Assassin's Creed, a little bit Matrix.
Yeah. And all these amazing flips are really cool until you just notice the fairy, your fairy friend, just kind of fly ahead of you.
Right.
And you guys start heading back towards Old Town. This long winding road that leads away from all these wooden haphazard buildings and towards this old stone adobe clay roof, almost ruins, as you head towards the lair of the false Hydra. On your way, Peony kind of turns around as she's talking. She's like flying backwards talking to you. And she says, are you going to go see your little friend again? The one with the red hair?
Well, it is about time for us to have another visit, I suppose. I'll check in with her when we get back.
Yeah, I like her. She's got funny mushrooms always popping up all over the place.
She is a funny mushroom lady, that is for sure.
You know what's always funny mushrooms? Is that time Snacks made a bunch of mushrooms grow in that guy's throat and then he choked to death. That was kind of funny, wasn't it?
It was.
We should try doing that, I think, next time.
I don't know if that's my thing, but if you want to try.
You're always hitting people with your stick, and there's so much better ways to do it.
I know.
What you could do,
but it works
right,
for me.
is I pick you up and we fly up. Now, you might be a bit heavy, but I fly as high as I can with you and you hold a rock and you just drop it on top of someone.
That's an option. Yeah, I'll work on being lighter so you can carry me. Or maybe I could fly.
You can't fly. Look at you. You got no wings and you got tiny little bones. And a lot of flesh. A lot of fleshy bits on you, yeah?
That's true.
Yeah, too much flesh to fly. You need to be little like me. She does like a couple flips. Roll perception for me.
A sure thing. 16.
16's pretty good.
Yeah.
With your monk deafness, you have a moment to use. Is it called missile snaring? What's it called when you catch things out of the air? Gloves of missile snaring is the glove.
Deflect missiles.
Deflect missiles. You're going to have a very short chance to deflect missile right now, as you're able to notice out of your periphery, there is a crossbow bolt flying straight at Peony, your fairy friend who's not paying any attention. So we will do. I'll let you choose the roll. We can do acrobatics or dexterity straight. I'm not sure which one we'd use here. I think you could use either.
I'll use acrobatics.
Okay.
That's a 15.
15 is pretty good. Your ability to stop this.
The way it works is it
Yeah.
just reduces the damage, and if it reduces it to 0, I can throw it back.
Yes. So this is doing 8 damage.
I
So
can
roll
reduce
your roll your.
D10. I gotta get a 2. Oh, that's a D100. Let's back up. D10.
Oh, I reduced 99 of
50
the damage.
You can actually click it.
I got a 6.
There's
So
a
6
there's
plus
a
6
thing
is-
for it, by the way.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, 6 + 6, 12. You're able to stop it. So you kind of grab it out of midair. I know you hate
And I'll
mouth
just-
sounds, Trell. Ping! You
Nice.
grab it out of midair.
And she'll just swing around in a circle and throw it right back.
Oh, she's gonna use a key point and throw it back.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really know where it came from, so you just chuck it in that general direction. Roll to hit. On a 20, I'll make it hit, but other than that, it's just gonna be a
Alright.
random chuck.
Come on, let's go.
Do I get my +5?
It's nat 20. It has to be nat 20. So it really doesn't matter your bonus. We're playing off luck right now.
That's a 9.
Phew. Somewhere distantly you hear ah!
And then she'll look around.
By the way, as you're throwing it, you do notice that there's something tied to it. So I don't know if you actually do want to. Do you still throw it?
We can retcon, sure.
I can say that you pulled it off and then chucked it back. I mean, you know, it
We
doesn't
could
have
just
to
not
be
throw it.
one.
I didn't hit anything. I'll take my key point back.
There's just a guy like 5 feet away from you that you just walk up and pull it out of him.
Yeah. All right. Got a note.
Peony notices and you're like, oh, gee, thanks for the save there, love.
I don't think it was going to hit you. I think it was coming for me.
I think the DM said that it was heading towards me, but I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, and she kind of like looks over and starts flying up and kind of towards that area to look at who the fuck just shot at her or you guys in general. During that time, you do notice that there is a paper.
Can I open it up?
Yes. Inside of it is just a WW. And you would know this because you've been there. It's the same thing that is on Wilrick's shop. It's like his symbol.
Okay.
His trademarked.
I guess I'll be needing to check in with Wilrick.
And speaking of Wilrick,
Yes.
the door to Wilrick Bobbles and Bits swings wide open as a happy crowd of partygoers who just recently got done watching probably the big fight in town, and they're all a little bit drunk. And one of them says, "Well, I need to stop in here real quickly. get something for the headache tomorrow. And a bunch of them kind of stumble in and they go, hey, you got anything? You got any hangover cures there?
Yeah, I have lots of restorative salves and creams and potions. What's ailing you?
This group of humans kind of stumble over, each of them with a different smattering of hair and wearing, general just linen and leather clothes. They kind of peek over the the counter to see you, Wilrick. Your light blue skin, wearing something a bit different than what we've normally seen you in. It looks like more of a the kind of garb you would see someone wearing a desert. He's got a like a shawl wrapped around his neck, a red vest made of different satins and silks. He's wearing a kind of almost a do-rag on his head. That is, I believe, a blue color, correct? Nope, purple. He says, yeah, man, I just had a crazy night tonight. I don't want to, I got, things I got to do in the morning. I don't want to be dead all day.
Yeah, so I have this thing. This potion will help. It is a hangover cure, and it's made from plants that hang over cliffs. So that's how it helps. So I have this. It'll help clear things out.
Are you selling him snake oil? It's just like a nonsense. He said, "Yeah, that makes sense because things hang over and." 1 + 1 is 0. It kind of just takes away. It cancels it out. Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you. Anyone else want one? And someone's like, yeah, all right. I'll take it too. Yeah, might as well. How much?
It's 1 gold each.
Oh, that's a deal. That's a steal. Hey, we'll take some. And as they're all clamoring to buy from you, go on.
Just so you know, it is, the story's made up, but it does have essentially like cocaine in it,
Cocaine?
Well,
What do you mean, What do I know? You're selling him cocaine?
Let's just say heavy
Damn.
stimulants. Stimulants. It's Red Bull.
It's an energy drink, essentially.
Yeah.
Not cocaine. not the drug cocaine. The original Coca-Cola.
Yeah,
I mean, essentially, it's just meth water, but
just a little bit.
Jesus.
It's bong water and meth. That's what it is.
Cocaine LaCroix.
Cocaine LaCroix.
it's very flammable.
La Coke.
Literally 40% jet fuel.
Okay. As you're selling your cocaine water to these drunken and slurring customers, your door opens once again, and we didn't talk about this, but Wilrick Bobbles and Bits shop does have a magic mouth. Every time someone walks in, it says, "Welcome to Wobble Bits, Bobbles and Bits. Buy what you can, buddy." And every time the door opens, it does that. So as all these guys walk in, it goes, "Welcome to welcome Bobble Bits and Bits." This guy gets caught up on themselves. But it does it one more time as the door swings open and it goes, "Welcome to Bobble Bits, Wobbles and Bits."
Magic mouth got drunk.
Yeah, it's all fucked up now.
Also, it could say screw, since it has tinkering items and salves and stuff like that, and all sorts of variety of things. Screws, creams, and everything in between.
Screws, creams, and everything's in betweens. And as it finishes its little tagline, you notice a very familiar face. The tall horns, probably the first thing you notice, as your old pal Bareth walks in, no longer sporting his more wizardy look, and now wearing armored breastplate and adorned in robes that would normally be seen on nobility, nice blues and deep reds. Aerith, you walk in as he's getting his sail.
I'll wait until after he's done making the sail.
Yeah, they all just they all clamber over, and you get a bit more gold than they should have paid, because a lot of them are just forgetting how much, and one's like, I got you, I'll cover you, and the other one didn't hear that, so like, you sell about 5 bottles of this stuff and you get about 7 gold. You know, and they all like kind of exit at the same time, one after another, so you just keep hearing, welcome to Wobble Be Bobble, Be Bobble Be Bobble Wobble.
Well, the magic mouth, the queue is on entrance only, not on exit.
Nope. This is more fun. Wobbledy wobbly wop wobble wobble.
Wobble.
And after the magic mouth finishes its long explanation, Bareth, you're able to see your old pal as you've come here to kind of stock back up, because you're planning another expedition out to see if you can find the edge of the wood once again.
Busy night, Willie?
Yeah, it seems like it's a busy night on the town for some people, which means lots of sales for people who have questionable judgment.
How's the slot machine of yours in the corner doing?
Most people go to the back to the casino, but some people are here. It's a little noisy when it's running, but I'm used to it with the door and everything.
As a slight aside for
Makes
anyone who
pretty good
doesn't know this, in the 2-year time skip, Wilrick Wobblebit invented a slot machine and has single-handedly is now responsible for most gambling addictions throughout Faerun.
It got me my shop though. It's good for branding here though, because Wobblebit's original,
Sure. Wobble bits, bobbles, and bits. I heard. Every time I'm here. At least a dozen times.
Yep. Branding.
Branding is right. I will certainly never forget it.
Yep.
We still on for day after tomorrow? Drinks over at the pub?
Yeah.
I think Belgit should be free around then.
Oh, great. Yeah, I like it when he joins us.
Yeah.
You
Tomorrow.
hear a cling as once again you hear, welcome to Wobble Bits, Bobbles, and Bits. Buy what you can, buddy.
Gods.
Screws, salves, and whatever they told me to say.
Magic mouth
Could
spells are
you
weird.
come up with an alternate thing for it to say now and then, Willie? Please.
And you notice stumbling in is a drunk duo, a half-elf and Goliath, who kind of stumble in. And he says, oh, I need your help, the large half-elf says.
What do you need?
Well, I got my ass kicked literally earlier tonight, and I need some kind of potion or salve if you have it. And the mouth thing told me you did.
Yep. See? I look at Bareth.
It's
I
good.
need your
It's good.
finest ass cream.
Sure. I have potions of healing, if you want that. I have some other salves and stuff that help with burns and things if you've recently gotten burned badly.
Well, my friend got hit with his stick. Can you help him? And you look over at the Goliath, who has a slightly crooked jaw now. And he goes, yeah, I got hit with stick.
Potions of healing are 50 gold each. If you're interested in that.
They stole my money. Maybe you can... Yeah. We can do some sort of trade.
What do you have?
I have, not much. And he pulls out his, empties his pockets, cartoon style. A fly flies out.
Oof. Just dust.
But perhaps She might have something you want. As he points behind him, and one more figure enters your shop.
Wobble Bits, Bobbles, and Bits.
Welcome to Wobble Bits, Bobbles, and Bits. Buy what you can, buddy. Screws, salves, and other shit. Ice cream now on sale. As a tall, red dragonborn woman walks into the shop, followed by Wilrick, a tall, handsome, high elvish man. And she goes, "Hey there, Wilrick."
Hi.
Been a
How'd
long
you get
time.
here? Yeah, it has. How'd you get here?
One final figure enters in behind this now merry band. Familiar figure that only has one arm, Wilrick. And as he closes the door behind him, "Welcome to Wobble." He takes a crossbow and shoots.
Willie, please!
He shoots the apparatus, causing the magic mouth. "Well, go."
Gods.
R.I.P. to a good
That
one.
man is.
That's okay. I'll get it redone.
And he says,
I'm sure you will. I know. Branding.
You do not forget your friend, do you, Wilrick?"
Jean-Duc, I don't know who I'm more surprised to see here tonight. Yeah,
God.
I don't remember you.
Jean-Duc?
Right. I assume.
He takes off his hood, and it's actually Saddam Hussein. He takes off the hood, and it is Jean-Duc, and you notice now that time has he's cut his hair as long as it once was. He seems he's got a nicer goatee now. He's let that 5 o'clock shadow kind of grow in, and he walks over and kind of peruses your goods. He stares at them and he says, "Hey, I hope Blunderville has been treating you well, my friend."
You know, it actually kind of has. I have a pretty busy and bustling shop, and I was sad to leave what I had in Daggerford, but it's kind of working out well for me here.
As I found about a year ago, a large, beautiful, and he flashes a smile over the Priel that, if you could see her blush beneath her scales, she would as she gets baffled. She goes, "I'm not beautiful." He goes, "Beautiful, dragonborn woman who comes through my area and says she's looking for a small blue lover. Goes by the name of Wobblebit. And I know only one small man with a silly name."
Hey, it's my family name.
I figured I would
It's silly.
bring her here to meet you when the time was correct. Wilrick, how is Lucky doing, huh?
He's doing pretty well. I'm helping out with some of his gambling operations, and I was fortunate enough to get this shop out here, and I'm running that now, doing mostly my own thing, but I help out.
Yes, you help out. And Berith, we've had a small back and forth since I've seen you last, but I hope time is treating you well.
As well as I can be expected to keep, I suppose.
Of course, look at you. You have meat on your bone. Gained a little weight as he slaps your stomach with his one good hand.
These stonecutters are good to those that work for them, it's true.
turns to Wilrick and says, "You know, I should charge you money for taking my likeness in your design here," as he points to the slot machine. He says, "You know what they call this down on Lucky's boat? A one-armed bandit."
You know, yeah, I'll hand it to you for that one.
Yes, yeah. You watch your fucking mouth, though. No, he laughs at your joke. And he says, "Well, I have not come here for pleasantries. We've already contacted some of your old friends. You talk to them much anymore?"
You know, some more than others, but yeah, Barrett here and I talk quite a bit, and Belget less, but some, and Trell I see around. Yeah, I see him.
Good. I tell them to come here tomorrow. You do me a favor, yes?
I'm fine with them coming here.
For your
but
old pal Jean-Duc,
Wait.
you do me a favor?
I would want to know what the favor is.
It's simple. You just close up shop tomorrow. I don't want anyone knowing that we are in town. You understand?
Wait,
Sure.
when you say everyone, you mean everyone?
Yes, the drunken noblewoman, the tiny mushroom lady, the creepy stick figure, the dwarf.
Wait, how did you even find Sylvie?
Do you remember about 2 months ago, Wilrick, you get robbed by Miss Runa Kendry?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Yeah, she take about
Despite being knocked unconscious.
she takes about 2,000 gold worth of healing potions and the like.
Yeah, that's what the paperwork says.
And Bear, if you remember, about half a year back, you attack a ship moored down the river with its groupings of people.
I recall, yes.
I recall these as well. I tell you that the Ravensdoor has eyes and ears everywhere, my friend. And this is not a exaggeration. But that is a talk for another time, huh? It is great seeing you again. Tonight, me and my friends are going to go get drunk, and then we are going to watch a lizard man point and laugh at orphans, which should be a good time all around, yes?
Maybe not for the orphans.
Well, nothing is good for the orphans, but such is their lot in life.
Don't invite Barrett.
What is he? Friends, we depart. I see you tomorrow, yes?
Sure, yeah. It'll be weird with everyone together, but yeah, that sounds
I'll see
sounds
you then.
interesting. I'm intrigued.
And they exit out the shop.
I don't know what's worse, before or this new after it's been damaged.
Maybe that can be the new branding.
As Priel exits Wilrick, she turns around and she says, "I really did miss you, Wilrick."
I know.
Dejectedly, she leaves.
Jean-Duc's in town.
That's a
And the
surprise.
Levensdoor has apparently infiltrated all of the other bands.
You know, we haven't talked about it much. Do you know much about them? They've kind of Levensdoor has slipped my mind with them not really, doing anything.
Officially, as far as the stonecutters are concerned, Levensdoor no longer exists. Once their side of town burned down and Jean-Duc disappeared, that was the end of it. They all just seemed to scatter to the wind. No one was sure what happened to them, but if they've been infiltrating various other bands, and that would make sense that they just blended in with their surroundings.
I mean, I don't think he's up to anything too much, though. He seemed pretty fair with us when we dealt with him before.
He's up to something, though. He wouldn't come back to Blunderville just to ask for a simple favor and a talk.
That's true.
Whatever it is that he has to ask of us, it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Well, I could use a little interesting.
You? Really? You seem perfectly content with your shop. I've asked if you wanted to go out in the forest at all, and you're always, oh, maybe not today. I'm counting, I don't know, chickens
I mean, like
or whatever it is
political
you do.
intrigue interesting, you know? Not ripping people from plants interesting.
Oh, political intrigue interesting?
Sure.
You don't want any part of that, trust me.
Well, we'll see.
Well, till tomorrow then, my friend.
Yeah. Did he say the time?
He didn't. He did not specify a time.
Well, I'll just make sure I'm ready to kick everyone out.
I'll see you after breakfast.
Sure. Sounds good.
Pecan! As the sun rises the next day.
Thought it was metagaming.
I was like,
Crow.
Yeah.
I know.
What
I
are
was
we-
like,
what are we
"God,
doing
the time
here?"
is such and such.
I forgot what roosters sounded like for but they don't have stereotypical birds in Blunderville.
It's weird.
They're all a bit
Wonder
metagaming.
crows.
Yeah, they all metagame. It's a crooster, a crow rooster.
There.
Caw-doodle-doo.
Should we roll our wisdoms?
Yes, roll your wisdoms. Do me a favor and roll let me see, 730 wisdom checks for the amount of days that have passed.
Oh,
That is
We're doing each one
a
of these.
3.
Wow.
I got a 16.
You got a 3, Bareth?
Barrett's got a 3.
I didn't see that get rolled.
I did.
Is it not updating?
I see it.
I rolled it.
I see it in Beyond.
It was a 1.
You might need to refresh your page. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Hold on.
'Cause I see it in my list.
Please, sir.
That sounds like me.
All right, sorry. D&D Beyond business. Always
You're doing
fun.
a great job.
Great job, D&D Beyond.
Way to go, D&D Beyond. There you go. Thank you.
Yay.
All right. A 3 is very interesting. Bareth, you have bad dreams. As you lay in bed that night in the barracks of the Stonecutters, Castled Hill. Your candle of the deep on your desk lights itself, and along the walls of your living arrangements, your shadow splits into two different shadows on two different walls. That night you have a dream of a large fire, a lot of screaming, and you also have a dream of a distant seed deep below the earth, sprouting and growing again. And then you wake up with some knowledge of that memory.
Got it.
Everyone else, unless you guys would like to role play, all of you separately eating breakfast in 6 different locations.
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
so
All right, going around the
Runa
table.
doesn't eat
Runa, what do
breakfast.
you eat for breakfast?
Runa doesn't eat.
It's like a Bloody Mary.
Yeah, Runa takes a swig of whatever
Yeah.
is next to her bed. Also, Runa is probably still out from the night before.
A walk of shame. Barris, what are you eating for breakfast?
What does the barracks offer? We haven't really talked about it.
A variety of meats, boiled vegetables, and if you're lucky, bread.
Yeah, definitely some meat. Gotta get the protein, and then some veggies.
Yeah, you have some like some grilled up venison with carrot schmear on top of like boiled and mashed carrots. Not great, but it's something. Trell?
It is leftovers from the previous day with some bread.
Did Petrell spend the night with you?
No, send him back to his own house.
he didn't get to eat the rabbit and pass out. He had to walk
Well, he got-
home.
He got to eat the rabbit, and then
Wilrick.
wake up, drink an energy drink, go over to the.
Wake up, low cocaine.
Wake up, take a bump. Runa and Wilrick should get along.
yes, a can of Crimson Steer. Is that what it is?
Yes.
He boofs it though.
And then
Does it literally give you fly?
Yeah. Crimson Seer, it casts levitate.
yeah, and then last night was a pretty good night with drunk people coming in and making some money. So Wilrick goes over to a nearby inn, restaurant, whatever, and gets something. Not super fancy.
Yeah, you
but
get
better than-
upcharged a bit just to not have to wait in line, but you throw instead of like 1 gold, 3 gold on the table, and you get like a breakfast version of a hot dog. It's just a bread opened up, smoked meat inside, and then eggs piled on top.
which is better than average.
Yeah. Sylvie.
Probably just a cup of tea and maybe some like crackers or nuts.
Like a squirrel?
Yeah,
Does Peony
just like a squirrel.
yeah, does Peony like bring you the bag of nuts?
Yeah, well, Peony is the one who actually put me onto the crackers / nuts. That's,
It's a great
We eat
diet, love.
together.
You have to try it.
yeah,
I've lost so
I'm
much
on it
weight.
now.
I fly so much faster. Belgit, what's your breakfast?
Belgit also eating in the same area that Barrett is.
Yeah, you'd probably have breakfast
goes
together.
max protein and max
Yeah.
carbs.
Max protein, max carb. You get 1 potato that was slightly heated up and double helping of meat.
Gotta keep that bulk up, yo.
Mhm. He's bulking. It's leg day. Okay, well, that's breakfast. I guess we did that.
we did do that.
We did.
I'm just gonna ask in general to any of you. I'm assuming you all go to this meeting that's being set up. Unless
Yeah.
one of you would like to be contrarian and just say, nah.
I
Trell-
don't.
No, although I'm
Probably-
not sure Runa would go.
Wilrick
But she's
doesn't.
gonna go.
Trell's gonna time it because she knows what time the shop opens. So I'm gonna pack up the mushrooms, leaving a couple of them behind, but making sure I have the package with the symbol on it, and go into town to be there about a half hour before it opens.
I think. I'm sorry.
No, go on.
I think Sylvie, because Sylvie had intended on touching base with Trell that night anyways, I think she would have, like I said, touched base with her and met up at Wilrick's with her.
Yeah, you do both have your little sending stones that you got during that time skip. two little birds, for those who don't know, that
Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that.
speak
Oh,
to
yeah.
each other. So I'm guessing there's a. Did you get a fucking note? If you guys would like to do that, we can do that exchange. If you don't, it's fine. But... Yep.
We can.
Trell will probably actually reach out first and just be like, "Oh, there's only one sentence I can do, or one use I can do of it."
Did you get a fucking note?
Just gonna say, got a package from Jean? And that's it.
It's unclear if mine's from John or not, but
I would like,
definitely
if
meet
I
at
can,
Wilrick's.
because it is a bird, it does tweet at you.
Oh, do we have, how many characters is it? 100 some?
Can I do it? Can
Because
I
you're
do
using
it?
Twitter?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I
That's,
did
how many words
180 characters.
140
I think message
characters.
is 50.
Yeah, so there's like a little tweet tweet.
Don't
then-
you mean now it posts at them?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It
Oh
exposts
yeah,
to
it
you.
does.
Yeah, so you hear
25 words or less.
you hear a tweet tweet,
25.
and its mouth opens, and out comes Trell's voice. Now you can respond.
I received a note. It's unclear if it's from Jean-Duc, but it says to meet at Wilrick's, so we good tomorrow?
Good job.
I
I'm a
cannot
pro.
answer back. It's once per day.
Maybe we'll just assume. We're good.
You lean out your door and just yell, "Got it!"
Yeah!
Well, I could cast what is it, Skywrite, and just say yes. No, I'm not gonna do that. Though.
Auspicious sign in the sky today.
I'll probably use my
Some
spells.
guy like drops to the
hunting.
ground and says like, "Lord, give me a sign. What should I do?" Right.
Yes.
Yes. So you all will eventually make your way towards Wilrick's shop, and I'll say, for the fun of it, some of you happen to just arrive at the same time, which is a bit awkward because we can go into this later if you guys would like, but Runa has really only seen Wilrick during this time, and for a very brief time she ran into Bareth, and has seen Belget now and then, but you guys don't really hang out anymore. Trell as well has only really seen Sylvie and Wilrick. Bareth has had
I've seen
contact
Bareth
with
a
all
couple
of you.
times.
Yeah, but you're not like purposefully going to see him.
Yeah, that's fair.
So whatever party dynamic you guys had before the time skip has pretty much fallen away. Besides any relationships that you've like actively kept. So it is a bit awkward when Wilrick, who's already in the shop, is waiting there, and Runa and Belget kind of arrive at the same time. And
Hi there.
well, Belget and
Turn
Runa
the scene
meet.
of the crime, huh?
Runa will kind of like nod to Wilrick because she has seen him on a regular basis and is aware that he is not particularly happy with her existence. And she'll do the same for Belget.
Yeah, I'd like to
And-
think Runa felt like all her jobs went away really smooth, but like as somebody that had to investigate behind her, like Belget's seen her work around.
Yeah,
and
she
never really
definitely
like
had.
lost track of it. Yeah.
She's had a troubled start, but she's gotten a lot better. To be fair, and which is also something you would have noticed, Belget.
You
Hi,
probably caught
Belget.
me a lot at the beginning and now not so much anymore.
Yep.
Oh, he just says hi to Belget.
Well, and then Runa. Hi Belget, Runa.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Runa.
Hey, Runa.
Ugh.
There's somewhat of like an awkward silence between all of you, as tensions are kind of weird.
What happened to your magic mouth?
A one-armed guy shot it.
One arm, huh?
Yep. awkward silence.
That could be one of two people
Runa's,
I know.
Runa's
of,
gonna
so-
pretend
You
to
know
like
another
browse all
one-armed
the
person?
stuff, but saying like away so Wilrick knows that she's not actually taking anything.
Wait, who's the other one-armed person you know, Belkit?
It's
Well, I
a
don't know
cute
if I count
pink.
Barrett's other arm or not.
He has three
Fair.
hands. The extra.
At which point, Sylvie, you start slinking near the shop. I'm not sure if you would enter immediately. That's up to you, but
I thought I was arriving with Trill.
you guys weren't able to like coordinate a time.
Fair.
That's yeah.
Uh,
I got caught up a little outside.
Sure. Yeah, I'll slink up and just slip in the door and, well, yeah, I'll slip in the door quietly.
The magic mouth kind of malfunction and goes, Bubbles, welcome Wilrig, bits.
By the way, the shop has a sign that it's closed for renovations, including redoing the greeting
The mouth.
for branding renovations.
Recording in progress.
I like to think you have an
Branding
issue with like local kids coming up and just like opening the door as much as they can to try to trip it up. So Sylvie slinks in to the strange announcement by the magic mouth. And everyone stares at her in silence. Yeah, okay.
Well, I was kind of trying to sneak in as much as I can with magic.
Well, that's why it's funnier.
Oh yeah, but the magic mouth announcing your arrival would have had them
Fair.
turn, yeah.
Hi. It's been a little while, but you know, things are going well with you still.
Well enough, yes. You?
Yeah. I mean, look, going great.
Looks like it's going great.
Yeah.
Selling a lot of drugs. It's great.
Oh, medicine.
Death.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Bareth. Runa.
Hi, Sylvie. She
I
gives like
don't
a
recall hearing that
tiny
Bareth is there.
smile.
Barrett's not there, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Belgit. That's what I meant to say. I'm a jerk.
Sylvie can look into the future.
They'll get nods.
No, Sylvie just forgot Belgit's name.
Yeah.
Barrett? Is that which one you were?
But
Wilfred?
Forgot?
Beglet? Bargle?
Bargle.
Trolna get.
Yeah, what is the relationship right now between Runa and Sylvie? Because I don't think you guys have seen each other at all, have you?
No.
No.
'cause-
Interesting.
Runa's basically ashamed to see any of them.
Mhm.
Is she like,
Has been.
what's she doing? Is she in the corner, kind of like?
She's like in the back of the group, just kind of. She's just there so she doesn't get fined.
Yeah. Sylvie.
Marshawn Lynch.
I'm pulling up, you know, whatever boxes and crates, and you know, I don't have that many chairs, but you know, I'm trying to make a place where we can kind of sit.
Yeah, you signal for Belgit to help you
I
move
think-
one of the shelves a bit so there's room to stand and converse.
Yeah, and kind
Sylvie
of
has
like
other feelings about Runa, though, I think.
Oh yeah. Sylvie's like a little hurt, which is kind of translating to a little bit angry and a little bit like, tell me your life story. Like, she needs to know what Runa's been up to, but she's also angry with her because she's hurt because she disappeared off the face of the earth.
In an attempt to break the tension in the room, everyone's happiest druid walks in. Sun is shining.
So here's the thing, though.
Put on a
I don't
happy
think
face.
Trell would, because the shop is closed and she has not seen anyone go in. So I am waiting patiently outside.
You all watch.
Wow,
And I'm
that's
just
so
kind of looking
Trell.
around,
I
waiting
like
for
that Trell
Sylvie
is
to
just
get
standing
here.
there.
You all watch Trell walk up to the door, read the sign, and then turn around and just.
Yep.
Is Trell tall enough for me to even see Trell walk up to the door?
I don't think so.
No, I'm like 4'8".
I think like if maybe Sylvie, because she's near the front where like
A
the window would
4'9".
be, kind of notices Trell do this. But at the same time, luckily Bareth is also walking up, and Bareth, you notice Trell kind of sitting outside.
Oh, hey, morning, Bareth.
Trell, good morning. I see you also got the note. Bareth will walk up to the
You
door
got a
and
note?
open it. I did.
And I look at him like,
Well,
oh,
a visit, I should say, but kind of a note.
I didn't know it was. And she's gonna go inside alongside Bareth.
Before you guys are able to enter, there's one other figure walking up, Bareth, who you would recognize, I believe. Trell, you've been to Wilworks a couple times. Maybe you recognize this person as well. Another large Goliath, not the one from last night. This one has a George Costanza hairdo, if that makes any sense.
You hear Bareth mutter, "Oh no."
This large Goliath man wearing a vest somewhat similar to Wilric's, however his is in darker browns.
Is it the same size?
Yeah, it's very tiny on him. It barely covers the nipples, and then he's got a bit of a pot belly. He's a big guy though, quite large, giant arms, and he's walking around. He just got a scowl on his face as he's coming down, and he looks at you, Bareth, and he says, "I don't want to hear it. I need to speak to Wilric."
He's closed.
Do I hear this?
You would hear Gorge from outside. Yeah, this is Gorge,
Okay.
by the way.
Uh,
Gorge
Far be
Lo-
it from me to keep you from him.
I-
Bareth will stand aside from the door.
You have a push door, Wilric, but he does pull it open. As you hear the hinges almost scream, and he kind of has to duck down to get in. And he says, "Wilric,
yeah. Hi there.
did I see you're selling those energy drinks for a gold piece each?
Yeah, I am.
You can't be doing that. We need to make a profit, Wilric. How many times have I had to tell you about this?" As now he's like fully coming in, and like things are being knocked around the shelves and clanking around.
Well, some of them I've started diluting and selling a little cheaper, and the total cost that goes into them is a bit less. They're a bit weaker, but profit ends up being pretty good still with that.
Wilric, I have too much on my plate already. I've had it up to here.
All right,
I've had it up to here with you. As he
What
raises his
price do
hand
you
very
want?
high above his head. 5 gold. 5 gold per.
All right, sure, 5 gold.
No
Sounds
more
good.
of this 1 gold crap.
All right,
He turns around
5
and
gold.
he turns around and looks at you, Runa, and he says, "She giving you trouble again?"
No, we used to know each other a little bit, and she's been helping out with some of the
He's
shipments
very
and
aware of
deliveries and
Runa.
stuff.
He would know Runa's. who
Okay,
she-
yeah. No, she's fine here. She's here for at my invitation right now.
He looks at you, Runa, and he goes, "Little lady, you steal anything again, I will snap your limbs like a twig." And to the rest of you, he looks around and says, "I don't know you," and he walks out and leaves. He leaves in as much of a angry huff as he came in. At which point,
Good day, Gorge.
So I guess we can go in then. You got a note?
Yes.
As I say as I'm walking inside.
Well, my note is complicated. My note wasn't about this. I just assumed that you got a note or I believe our mutual friend mentioned he reached out to all of us.
Oh yeah, I got some things.
What things could you have gotten? What did he
I'm
give
just
you?
gonna like kind of from like inside of like a pocket, just kind of show him one of the shade bark.
You noticed it as the thing you were coming to High Force for the first place too, Bareth.
Never show me that again. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to think of it. That has caused a great amount of anguish.
Sure, never see it again. I gotta talk to Willerick about him though, so you might wanna look away.
It's fine.
How much?
I'll deal with
What do you want for them?
Oh, hey Willerick. Hey Sylvie,
Hey.
and wait, actually, do you guys see Sylvie? Or are you like kind of ducked into a corner somewhere?
I think Sylvie would have been looking for you, yeah? Like,
I'm visible.
yeah. The
Yes,
one friend you know at the party, so like, you gotta gravitate towards them.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna like, as I'm going to Willerick, gonna kind of sideline, just give Sylvie a quick hug, and then go up to... So wait a second. And stops, look around. All you guys are here?
Yeah, Trell, you noticed for the first time in 2 years. You guys are all back in the same room.
Kind of stare at Runa for just a little bit. Like,
The fuck?
little foggy. Huh. Interesting. Did you all get something from Jean then?
Yep.
Runa pulls out the note and just holds it up.
You pull out the wrong thing, it's a CVS receipt.
Just
It
keeps
takes
going.
forever. It just takes forever.
It's like one of the clown things. It just like
Oh, sorry, that's one of my tricks. Hang on.
As Bareth walks in, he says, Sylvie, good to see you. Ahead of schedule from our usual meetup. He looks over in the corner. Runa. And then walks up
Runa
to the
nods.
counter with Wilrick.
Did you say Runa? That's right, Trell.
we didn't actually talk that much in like the couple weeks we were there. Like I think we said a couple words to each other tops.
Yeah.
You know that moment.
You only
where you're
saved
so-
my life. It's fine.
You
that
know.
moment where you're so glad that you heard someone's name who you should know. But... yes.
Belgit, what are you doing all this?
Oh.
Mostly just sitting there waiting for something to happen. Kind of like he's on the job. He's kind of used to being like stuck in downtime, so he's just kind of sitting there.
Kind of twiddling his thumbs.
So, you guys got notes. Did it say when to come here?
Nope.
Did you all get notes?
A verbal note.
Mine was less of a note and more of a WW.
What?
WW.
WW.
Willrick.
I need to come up with like a.
Yeah.
A gang sign?
A gang
Gang
sign.
sign?
It was a picture of hands.
Wobble bit, motherfucker. Eldritch Blast.
So Trell is gonna go up to the counter and trying to keep it out of view of Belgit because he is kind of a cop. And I do kind of have drugs.
You're all part of gangs.
You know. Yeah, but he's
not
the
real.
gang
So
that
be
get
innocent
me
like
put in
that.
jail.
I'm not a
Aerith is
cop. I'm more of
also
an
a cop.
enforcer.
Yeah.
We're in a literal drug shop.
Yeah, that's true. But gonna show it to Willerick and be like, I didn't get a note. I just got this, and these don't grow here.
No, they don't. So they look. Well, do they look fresh? How how fresh do you think these are?
Are they fresh?
Shade bark is when transported is usually dried.
Okay.
So it doesn't like mold and stuff like that. So this is dried.
So, sure. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you and I both wanted. And
I mean, I don't need it anymore, but that means he was outside.
well, someone from outside had to bring it in. Doesn't necessarily mean him, right?
That's true. That's true.
So, I mean, if you don't want them, I'll take them.
I mean, you know, fair price.
Sure. We do a drug deal.
For both of your just general knowledge as players, it's about 4 pounds of shadewood.
Oh wow!
Damn.
Shade bark.
No, it's about 3.75 pounds. I kept some.
Yeah, you tried some last night.
3/4 of a pound.
No, I didn't try some
Put on
because I
some
didn't have
Pink
a buddy
Floyd and
there
just had a
to
fucking
stay and babysit me.
It was like in the Sphere in Vegas.
Yeah.
You know, whatever a reasonable price is for that.
A little bit of time passes where you're all just kind of it's a little bit uncomfortable for some of you, Runa, Belgit maybe to a certain extent, just because this is not your usual jam anymore. Maybe to some extent Sylvie as well, but after a little bit of time, you hear the door open with a "Hi, bits wobble bits bobbles bits," and that'll never get old. As a tall and slender high elf walks in with a chiseled jaw, looks like it was shaped by the gods themselves. Long flowing platinum blonde hair, where at the very front there's like a little like crescent of it. It's kind of a little bit out of place, but you get the sense that he worked to get that one crescent out of place for probably half an hour today. And just let me get the he is adorned in elvish mail. Each single one of those of the chains of the mail have like a different shimmer to them. So when he walks and the light hits it, it almost looks like a rainbow of different precious metals. Above that and below it, so as a coat and underneath, he has fine satin and silken threads in different darkish green colors. His coat has a large symbol on the back of it in Elvish. Nice pleated pants, well done boots with the laces and the fur. On his back,
the whole store was looking at her.
On his back is a bow, a long bow, and almost like naturally growing around it are vines with little flowers. And there's no string. You notice there's no string, which is a bit interesting. And he walks.
Oh, she's not a puppet.
Wilrick?
I was wondering how longbow.
You'll see, I'm sure, at some point how it works. And as he walks in, he kind of glances around the place and he goes, "Oh, how musty." And he takes a step forward, looks to his right, notices Sylvie, and he goes, I don't know if you guys can see me if you're watching stream or not, but to explain it, he kind of looks you up and down and goes, "Huh." A little bit of a whatever. And then looks over to Belgit in his armor and notices your ring. Looks over at Bareth the Tiefling and raises an eyebrow. Can't really see Wilrick. He's a bit short behind things. And over in the corner, he makes eye contact with you, Runa. And you recognize this man as he...
Runa looks shocked.
As he turns to you and says, Runa dear, how good to see you again.
Runa is speechless. She's just looking at him and doesn't know what to say.
Does Runa remember his name?
Oh, absolutely. This is Relodithus.
Okay.
She absolutely knows who it is. She just doesn't know what to say to him.
Darling, we've been so worried about you. You have no idea. Your mother and father, they fretted, worried, whimpered in the night. Had to send me out to get you, of course. And look at you here. Those clothes. Oh, is that untreated leather? And he walks over to you. And he kind of sachets as he walks. Whether it's on purpose or not is unknown, but he has a very haughty walk with him. And he walks up to you and he touches your leather and he goes, dear, we have to get you out of these dreadful clothes. Oh, and maybe into my bed. Hello, everybody. Reloaded this summer star at your service. How do you do?
I
You
was
get a
just
note?
given a look like,
Wilwick drinks an anti-nausea
What?
potion.
Runa's looking around the shop to see if she accidentally like got shadewood like in her, and then she's like hallucinating.
well, if you touch it, then it just absorbs through the skin. It's very dangerous.
You ask if he got a note, Belgit?
Yeah.
He lifts you, get a note, darling. And then he pulls out a crossbow from the side of him and he throws it at you, Sylvie. And he says, I gave the note.
I didn't get a note.
At which point the door opens again and in walks the female dragonborn with red scale that kind of shimmer in the sunlight.
We're closed.
Oh, come on, Wilrick. How come you're always so mean to me? As she walks in, she's huge, by the way. She's a large, lumbering woman. A lot of woman, too. We're talking like easily 6'4", 6'5". Imposing in a dragonborn, too.
Belgit notices.
Yeah. Belgit licks his lips. On her back are two large metal clubs. And it's incredible there's two of them because each one must weigh probably as much as Wilrick himself. And she's effortlessly carrying around two of them on her back. Her front is adorned in leathers that have like scales on them. She's wearing it's almost as if her cuirass, her chest piece, acts as somewhat of a skirt as well. And then she has some leather pants underneath that. As she walks in, and Aurelius looks over and says, Creel, dear, I'm over here. Make way, honey. You're a bit too big for the doorway. He goes, okay. Hi, Wilrick.
How do you two know each other?
Runa nods slowly at that question.
Confused puppy look.
Yeah, that's Runa's got confused puppy look.
Aurelius goes, funniest thing, really. Meet cute, if you would. So there I am, in calm water, looking for my dear Runa, gone for so long, you know. And who do I see but another weary traveler staying in the inn? Turns out she's looking for a little blue boy as well, and I say, well, how about we just tag along with each other? One thing followed another, and here we are. She's just been the greatest companion, too. Doesn't look it, but a mountain could hit her and she wouldn't move. Isn't that right,
Yeah.
big girl, as he slaps her on the back?
Yep, I know. How long have you two? How long ago did you guys leave Calmwater?
To you, this is hard because time shit.
I'm asking their perspective.
Their perspective.
Like, how long after we went missing did they leave?
Yeah. Wilrick is asking, how long ago did they leave Calmwater?
We've been traveling together for about maybe a year and a half now, darling.
Okay, so what the hell are you two doing here?
At which point the door opens again. Funny magic mouth joke. And in walks the remaining members, the drunken half-elf and Goliath that you encountered. Runa, you notice walk in first. Followed by a final hooded figure who walks in and then removes his hood. To those who haven't seen him yet, you see for the first time in 2 years, Jean-Duc. And he says, friends, thank you so much for joining me. Dawn, as he points to the half-elf, Dawn, would you mind the windows? And Dawn walks over, and as he waves his hand, a cloud of darkness kind of slowly forms out of it and drips down the window until it's completely coated in black. And it gets a bit dark inside. I'm guessing there are lanterns you have inside, but they're probably not lit during the day.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I can't see anything. Then.
I mean, the shop was open the night before, so there must be light in there.
the Goliath takes his hands and then like claps them together twice, and there's a big rush as every light in the room goes on at once, and the room is now lit up.
When the lights go on, Runa has scooched like 2 feet away from Elodithus.
He scooches closer.
And
you
I've
move
moved
away from when the lights
the
go out,
counter.
and when the lights come back on, he's on
Yeah.
the other side of you where you move towards. Jean-Duc says, thank you for meeting me, friends. It's been quite some time, yes?
It's been a long time.
Couple of years.
We're not really sure how long it's been.
It's been 2 years. You wouldn't know that.
Well, I know that was a time joke.
You're a time joke.
It's true. Runa looks herself up and down.
He kind of gestures towards you, Trell, and says, I hope you got our gift.
I mean, I did. It's thank you. It's not going to go to the same use that I originally planned on getting it for, but I appreciate it.
A bit of irony. Bobbert told me that you were looking for Shadewood when I managed to catch back up with him, and he thought it might be a funny joke. So next time you see him, you can let him know. And he turns to you, Sylvie,
will.
and he says, beautiful kill on that drow last night, by the way. I've never seen an elf's skull crumple in such fashion.
Yeah. Who are
Okay.
you?
You know me.
I love that Sylvie would maybe pretend not to know him.
Whatever. He, ignoring that slight, looks over at Runa and Belgit and tosses you both your coins back. And says, sorry, little prank. Keep you on your toes, yes? Maybe you'll learn something from this, huh? Jean-Duc always teaching, always helping you, yes?
I nod.
Runa turns towards Wilrick with the bag of gold and asks how much the anti-nausea potion is.
10 gold.
Jean-Duc looks around and says, you're all so nervous. Why so scared, little pants, huh? Come on now, it's your friend Jean. Dawn, help me with this. And Dawn pulls out a wand really quickly and waves it in the air. And you can all make charisma saving throws here.
Oh.
Ew, that's disgusting.
Ew.
Ugh,
Well, that's an 11.
I'm
I
absolutely.
will let you know
offended
now,
by
if you roll less than a 15, you're smiling for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
This is versus
25.
I got a
Runa
3.
can continue to frown.
Trell's smiling, but she looks confused.
It's
16.
definitely a forced smile.
As a gnome, I get advantage on charisma.
So Sylvie, Belgit, and who else? Bareth, is that it? Who else failed?
I got a 23 total.
Trell.
I failed hardcore.
Sylvie,
Yeah.
Belgit, and Trell. You're all smiles now. He says, that's much better. Friends, it's been so long. We haven't talked, and I hope you're all doing well, yes?
I mean,
Some better
Pretty
than
good.
others, I think.
yeah, but I
Luna
mean, I'm
raises an
settled
eyebrow.
in. It's been a whole. Where were you?
I was where I said I'd be, rebuilding the Levensdor. We had to take back our stronghold. I had to do a couple things, and here we are. But I am here with good news. The best news, in fact.
Smiling wide at this good news.
Of course you're
You
smiling.
figured out a
wide.
way to free the forest from this cutoff that it is experiencing.
Yes and no. I have a plan to come up with a plan to free the forest from the cutoff it is experiencing. But very smart. That book you carry with you, Berth, yes?
Hmm.
You found out much, did you not, with Mr. Belgett and Miss Sylvie when you went to the Druidic monastery?
We did. The 4 trees. The failsafe.
How's that axe treating you, Belgett?
I hate plants.
Creepy as shit.
Carl looks a little disgruntled for. Well, no, she can't look
She
disgruntled.
can't. Carl's loving it.
Your eyes can look disgruntled.
Your
Yeah.
eyes certainly
Your
can look
face has to
disgruntled.
smile. Uh, yeah, the 4 failsafes. Tell me about this. What did you find?
4 ancient trees exist in the forest. According to the manuscript, a ritual of some kind could be conducted to activate them, triggering some kind of failsafe. However, the writings do not go into detail how exactly the failsafe can be triggered, what the failsafe does, or even where the 4 trees are.
I'm sorry, I have to.
So as
I have
much
to
as it
address.
says,
I'm sorry. You know, Dogan's sitting there with a smile.
I was keeping a straight face, damn it.
I couldn't. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go on.
Now you made me break.
Can't I have to hide you? I can't.
Yeah, look.
So as many questions as it answered, it also raised many more. And unfortunately, that was the only lead that we found so far in uncovering the greater mystery.
Lucky
The
for
other
you.
thing that has been discovered is that the forest itself likely has some kind of center point to it. And the center point is likely somewhere near Blunderville, based on the fact that Blunderville seems to be a safe haven from the rapid and extreme changes happening in the forest.
Then I have good news for you, my friend. Lucky, all of you, that you know someone such as me that can save you from certain demise, huh? Right, Belgett? Smile if you agree.
Yes. Very, very lucky.
Because I come with you 2 pieces of information we were able to ascertain. One is that one of the trees you're looking for is in Blunderville itself. In the Wormwheel
What?
territory, there is a tree they call the Circled Oak. A large, ancient oak tree surrounded by several mysterious stones. This is one that we are talking about. Whether this is the catalyst you're looking for or the center point, It turns out this tree might be more than just a druidic meeting place.
So what will we
Why
have to
would
do
the
with this
worm-
tree?
That I cannot tell you. But we do know that tree is one of the ancient ones that your book speaks of.
The Wormwoods were involved in that expedition. Why didn't they disclose that their tree is a little bit more than what they let on it to be?
Are you asking why druids didn't disclose that they may have a tree that we need to get rid of?
No.
With Belgate in the party.
I'm more disturbed that they wouldn't think to even allow anyone to investigate it, but we have had our suspicions that Wormwood has been holding back on information that they could otherwise share, since the topic at hand does involve trees.
Yeah. And then the second good piece of information, perhaps Runa, your ex-lover, could fill us in on. Rolodithis? And Rolodithis just has been giving you a subtle back rub the entire time, Runa.
Oh, jeez.
Runa's too hungover for this.
He stops and looks over and says, yes. Well, turns out one of your little gang leaders here happens to have a gem that will activate said failsafe. Bit of knowledge lost to the world, I guess. But luckily it was written in ancient Elvish, and I do speak 10 different languages, as he looks over at Trell and winks.
Well, I'm
Wouldn't
glad
give a
the
what
elf
fuck look,
speaks
but I'm just
Elvish.
saying.
I'm glad the elf speaks elf. Ancient Elvish, my friend. Ancient, yes. But it's true,
Runa
I
does
do.
like a-
Anyway, so here's the plan. You help us butcher your leaders. We find out which one of them's lying about having the stone. Chop chop, find the trees, we're out of here.
Can you tell us anything else about the stone?
It's green.
Well, that's
Wow.
something to start on.
Might fit in your
But-
palm, or might be larger. It's hard to tell.
That doesn't help that much. A lot of stones have green. A lot of stones are green.
Yeah, let me lecture you on the many stones that could possibly be green.
This
You-
plan won't work. Runa yells over Belkit talking about stones.
You'd know it when you see it, darling. It's one hell of a stone.
Runa raises a good point, though. Many of the band leaders could potentially be taken in a fight, but others seem very unlikely to be able to be overcome.
Priel kind of steps up and... Oh, go on, Sylvie. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay. Yep. Priel steps up and says, I think you guys are kind of getting the wrong impression here. We're not asking for help. We just wanted to tell you what we're gonna do. A gesture to help you perhaps stay out of the way, yes?
Understood.
Why wouldn't
You're gonna die.
I mean, we all die at some
No.
point.
most of the people here would want the curse lifted? So why do you have to go this route instead of, talking to the Baron and
Yeah, it
getting
doesn't
support
make sense.
to do it?
These people, you live with them for 2 years, yes? Perhaps you get a bit soft and you forget who we're talking about. If one of them does have the gem, they found it here. They must know what it is. Someone doesn't want to get out. We find out who, we kill them, easy peasy, huh? And we leave. The curse is broken, the wood is freed. I go and I get an egg salad sandwich down in Waterdeep again.
I miss egg salad.
I do too, they don't have it here, I don't know why.
Me either.
Well, two things that may be slight bumps in your plan. One, it's not just one tree. Even if you have the activation stone, you still need to know where the other 3 trees are, and presumably they have to either be deactivated or destroyed, which the gym may help with. May not help you find the trees, though. And 2, there's still the fact that you have an idea, don't you? You know how to deal with people like Lucky Bolton, a Jinn.
Or Mary.
Who are you
Who's
talking?
Lucky Bolton?
Talking to Jean-Duc.
You would know Lucky Bolton, Belgit. By the way, the one spell at this point is probably ward off. You guys can stop playing. You would know Lucky
Excellent
Bolton.
commitment, though.
Lucky Bolton is the leader of the Downers.
Ah, the riverboat guy.
Yeah, he runs the casino.
Interesting.
Does Wilrick believe what he's saying? Basically, insight on what he's.
Yeah, you
what
can
he's
roll
saying
insight
with this
on.
bullshit?
You can roll insight on Wilrick. But Bareth, you said that he has a.
11.
Like
Bareth
most-
is explaining that and then talking about, the leaders, but then it occurs to him, you have a plan. You know how to deal with powerful individuals like Lucky Bolton.
With your insight, Wilrick, he is saying it with the usual Jean-Duc gusto. He believes everything he's saying. Whether he knows it's a lie or not is inconsequential. You're unable to ascertain whether he's talking or saying the truth or not, but you do somewhat believe him.
Okay.
As well, I'll say that's an insight check on basically everything that's going on right now from you. They all believe him, which is, Priel pretty well. She's a very attached person and was pretty independent until she met you and your magic fingers. She's really isn't bothering you as much as she would be. She seems kind of all in on the Duke sauce.
Duke sauce.
The Duke sauce.
I can't handle
The
this
Duke
anymore.
sauce.
I whispered to Jean-Duc, "Are we Eskimo brothers?"
Oh my.
He
I was about to
high-fives
say,
you.
yeah, you probably know Creole inside now. Yeah.
No. I don't mix. I don't shit where I piss. Wait.
Well,
You don't?
reptiles do.
Bareth, you mentioned the you have a way of dealing with individuals like this, to which everyone kind of laughs in the room that aren't you guys, and when they're done kind of chuckling, Dawn kind of perks up and says, "You know that when he still had both his arms, Jean-Duc here was one of the most feared fighters in all of Blunderville. Half his arm and his crew, we could take a couple bandits."
Good luck with that, I say.
It is true that some of the leaders are a bit more troublesome than others. But the reason I come to you to talk about this is our focus is get rid of the leaders of Blunderville. Perhaps you stay out of the way, perhaps you investigate the trees. It's up to you. This is more of a courtesy meeting. And I thought maybe we reunite past lovers. Because I do love a bit of drama. I am a bit, I do. It gets boring out here in the woods sometimes, and I like to see people squirm and crawl when they feel uncomfortable, like little Runa here with the tall man.
Speaking of which, Sylvie's inching closer and closer to the tall man with her pole. Not extended, but out.
When he notices you, he goes, "Oh!"
She just glares at him.
Right. Don't want to overstay our welcome. Thought we'd just give you a bit of a heads up. Figure out what you're doing, and Runa, dear, do give me a ring. And I do literally mean a ring, and he tosses you, Runa, a very bland-looking silver band. He says, wear that, call my name, I'll know where to find you, huh? Call my name, get it? Little...
Yes. Is there a ring that will keep you from knowing where I am?
Oh dear. 2 years apart, and you still don't know anything, huh? As he laughs and says, "I'll be done here. It's starting to smell like old mushrooms."
I'd like to try to trip him on his way out.
You can attempt. I'll say just an attack roll against his AC.
14.
Doesn't hit. Doesn't hit.
Good try.
You go to trip him, and he does like a little plie over it. He says, "Nice try, creepy thing. We're loading this out."
I want to kill him so bad.
He says, "Jean, darling, I'll be getting dinner on High Street. Let me know when you're done here." As he leaves, "Priel, come with me, dear." And Priel goes, "Sorry we had to meet like this, Wilrick. I was just worried that something happened to you. Because you said that we could go on a date, but then you didn't show up. And I didn't know that you got eaten by the woods."
I didn't say go on a date. I said come back the next day.
"I wrote in my diary, Wilrick, you said we could go on a date the next day."
Yeah, you also wrote in your diary that I had boundary issues, so...
You're so toxic, Wilrick.
My therapist said...
Yeah.
You're always gaslighting me, Wilrick. God.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
You don't even know what gaslighting means.
Jean says, "Priel, dear, why don't you watch the front, huh? Why don't you make sure this doesn't fall into the lake?" I am not going to ask you to make your decisions. We have somewhat of a past. So before I start making waves, I warn you that a wake is coming, yes?
I guess that's...
Well, I
Sounds
appreciate
fair.
that.
Good to know we need to batten down the hatches at least.
You choose your side however you want. Your new friends, your old friends, but... here. And he tosses you a scroll, probably to Bareth, I'd say. And he says, "It is a map to a lead we have. Old village was burned down by some strange cult. Nearby there was a graveyard with something that might be what we're looking for."
Where have you found all of this information?
2 years is a long time, my friend, and yeah, there's a lot of people not in Blunderville.
John Duke,
Yes.
were there mages near this fire?
I wasn't at the
Right. Raven Mask.
Raven Mask, yes.
Have you heard anything about them?
It sounds familiar. That might be the cult that was attacking it.
Okay.
Careful.
I'll
The
help.
spirits are restless. You'll help?
Mm-hmm.
There's one. Okay. Follow the map on the scroll. It'll take you to the general area, and then you still have the ring I gave you. Yes, whichever one of you might have grabbed it.
Ulrich?
No, I think that ring went to someone else.
I
It
clearly
was-
remember.
ring.
It was Wilbur. Yeah, Wilbur took it.
Okay, it was okay.
Yeah.
Then, it was the there was.
Oh,
the
I pawned
portal
it.
Ring.
He thinks about where it is, and it's in like a ditch somewhere.
It's at the bottom
I
of the,
traded
of
it
the
for
lake.
some cocaine.
Yeah.
Cut to Priel, like, looking at it on her finger. Like, I can't believe Wilrick wouldn't give me this.
Yeah, I think you're thinking about Belgit having the
The portal ring.
evil cursed
Or
ring
whatever
that.
Which I still have that.
Are you still
Did
wearing?
Did you try it on in the 2 years again?
100%.
When none of you could stop him one night, he just said,
He's just like-
"Attuning."
He's just like, why shouldn't I have it?
And then for 3 days, he smiled without
Yeah.
stopping.
Now I'm the one with fire
Yes,
magic.
yeah, I have the ring. We haven't used it yet, as you probably know.
Jean-Duc nods at you all and says, I hope when next we meet, we are not enemies. Good luck with your tree journey, and I will see you around, yes?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Sounds like one way or another. Yep.
Okay, good to see you all in the same place again. Look at you all happy. Like old times. Also, Arthur's alive. All right, bye everybody. He leaves.
What?
In that, just out of character, we kind of had a feeling, like a bunch of us kind of had a feeling on that because of the sample.
Yeah, that's
though, right?
not a shock to some
Okay.
of you. Probably Runa and
Runa, like, does like an involuntary shudder, remembering
yeah.
being spat or pulled out of.
Wilrick would have known,
Arthur.
Sylvie would have known, Troll would have known, Belgit and Bareth, I'm
And-
not certain.
Wilrick would have told.
I was told.
Bareth,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That was.
Bareth was
Wilrick
told by
Bareth.
2 different people.
Yep.
Okay, so no one gasps except for Runa.
Who kept zero contact
Runa
with
cannot
anybody.
catch a break today,
No, she
That's what you
can't.
get
or for the last 2 years. I
Trell
guess.
is gonna look
Skip
at
for-
Wilrick though and just be like, how much has it grown, by the way?
When you gave it to me and it was starting to grow, I didn't want to start a new plant like that here, so let's just say it hasn't grown any since the next day after you showed it to me.
Flashback to him chucking it in the vat of acid. Oh, fuck!
That's probably smart, but
I just assumed he would have made a
Kept
flavor
it.
of Red Bull out of it.
Yeah.
it's what
planted it.
plants crave.
It does grow rapidly. It could be used for that
Over and
old-
over again.
No,
No, okay.
Ulrich chucked it in acid.
To any kids listening, don't drink body taker plant juice.
No, just try it once. Make
I've
sure
been-
you have a buddy by you, though.
I've been mixing it in everything that I make.
It's a secret ingredient.
So,
It's like umami.
as like just a DM note for all of you here, this is it. Your choice now. So anything you want to do at this point, my guide rails are gone. No more surprise visits from Jean-Duc being like, plot device. It is completely up to you guys what you're doing now. So the entirety of Blunderville, its locations, and the rest of this campaign are in your hands. What do you do?
Well, as I see it, we have two options. We can go where the map seems to want to take us, or we can grab a couple bags of salt, go back and deal with Arthur, and potentially take out that hag too.
Also, in no
That's-
uncertain terms, if it wasn't, if I didn't say it properly, Jean-Duc's plan is to kill the leaders of Blunderville. Just to make that clear, it's not like he's gonna find the right one. They're just gonna kill until they find the right one, essentially. Attempt
I mean,
to kill.
I was finally getting comfortable again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the whole cursed woods thing and not being able to trade with the outside world and all that, but like, it's in a weird way kind of nice here. If that other stuff went away, but
As somebody that's been in forced imprisonment, like, you can make do with it, you can make peace with it, you can figure out what you kind of want to do, but at the end of the day, you still can't completely make your own decision, and that's what we are here, is trapped.
Also,
And that's what everyone is here.
You're not wrong, but I don't know.
I mean, almost anything that we're doing here, it would be betrayal of our bands, and I'm not sure exactly what that means in each of your areas, but that's certainly a scary thought for me. That's
true.
that's
I would not want
that's
to
really risky.
cross the leaders of the Stonecutters either.
Yeah, I mean, I want the curse gone, of course, but
I don't think we'd be able to stop him. So,
And even if we could, why would we? Do we just plan to live the rest of our lives out here?
So the way I see it is either the person who has that gem doesn't know what it does and probably would be happy to use it to undo the curse. I think pretty much everyone here, not just us, but like leaders and stuff, want the curse gone.
Or they know what it does and they want the status quo to remain.
Yeah.
they could be making good money on it.
So
Oh, captive audience.
yep.
But a
Um,
captive audience isn't benefiting all of the bands, is it?
Yeah. Do we think the Baron would help us figure out which leader has the gem? Because
How do we know it's not the Baron?
What if the Baron has the gem?
He could, but
I mean, that would be a risk. we
He
would
has
have to take,
benefited.
right? We can always go to him, not saying that Jean-Duc gave us this information, but just asking about the gem.
Okay, I'm going to ask something
would
my
meet-
character would know over the past 2 years.
Yep.
We came into town and nobody said a single thing about the Levensdoor. What would I have found out about them in 2 years of not exactly being like, oh, hey, what are the Levensdoor? I dealt with the Levensdoor. How about the Levensdoor? Like, just 2 years of, like, subtly, like, looking into it. What would I know? Like, why did he not talk about them at all?
Probably about again before the weirdness happened. There was a scuffle between the Levensdoor and an unknown band, where just in the middle of the night, a bunch of their people were killed. Their houses and storehouses burned down, and they were pretty much driven from the city. That on top of what
Levensdoor was driven.
that on top of what Jean-Duc has told you, is essentially they were the 7th band of Blunderville. They were taken out. That's why they left, and they had different storehouses in different areas. Like they basically moved their main storehouse from Blunderville to the one they had near Fievel. And that's where they were operating out of until all this stuff happened.
And what do we know, if anything, about the town of Fievel 2 years later?
Nothing. I don't know if none of you said that you went to check on it during the 2-year time skip, so I'm assuming that none of you have checked on it. There was a 500-foot Barnaby, and he's destroying the wildlife.
A second Barnaby?
A second Barnaby has entered the Bible. Won a session. Yeah, so that's what you'd know about the Living Store.
Well, even if we wanted to go to the Baron, first we'd have to arrange a meeting, which would take some time.
And then if
I
we
don't-
present information that our band doesn't have, how would we explain that?
That would be very difficult to explain.
Yeah, I feel like we have to know more. I feel like we just can't go from this meeting and say, hey, we want to talk to you about something we can't reveal our source on. Like, that's not going to work. But if
And
we go
we do
find
that,
something
you
in
could
this
just
map
take us
or
down with
something,
it.
then yeah, that
Yeah.
like maybe we say, oh yeah, we stumbled upon this.
In your 2 years of being here, a lot of you would have had encounters with the Baron. He's generally a very understanding person, and you know, so I think all of you would have the idea that he's not an irrational or like quick to anger in any sort of way. So I don't think you'd be you might have the idea like, oh, we can't really come like hey, we know this information, we're not going to tell you who. Like he might be like, but he wouldn't be like, tell me who or I'll kill you, you know. So your worry about doing that would be more that he doesn't believe you unless that something bad might happen to you.
No, totally, yeah. But like I said, it just we don't really have anything other than just John Duke's supposed hearsay.
Yeah. I think we start with the map, see what we can find out down that road, before we go around and start accusing all of these leaders. Like, obviously the Headless is innocent, but all the other leaders, you know.
What if
Why is the Headless obviously innocent?
Why is your leader innocent?
I never said they were.
I didn't either.
That's the issue here.
Let's follow the map.
What if we went to the Baron and said that we have an idea of how we could cure the curse and get his endorsement, encouragement, whatever, to go on these missions to try to find out how to undo the curse?
That could work.
I pretty genuinely, trust the Baron that, hey, if we said we have an idea, whatever, he would be happy with.
But he's not the leader of any of the houses. Like, he doesn't really truly have authority over us, right?
Correct. Technically, he does not.
Yeah, player knowledge would the dynamics or DM,
He has some sway over the gangs.
like if he said that he wants us to go out on a mission to do this, would the leaders of the various gangs be like, okay,
Yeah, they wouldn't want to
Generally.
ruffle too many feathers.
like it's not really costing him anything, just like
Yeah,
giving us
remember,
the, okay.
he's kind of like the 7th gang in that
Yeah.
anyone who's not directly in the gang he represents. So
Sure.
yeah, he does
But
have
we-
some sway.
So
Would that be the only way that all of us of all these different gangs could even get out to do this thing?
You could
The
Do we
ask
have
other
your
the
way
PTO
would
or
be-
you could ask your
The only
leaders
other-
directly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on, Parith. You, I'm not here.
The only other way would be for me to go to. Let me look up her name.
Mason and Blue.
Well, I wouldn't go to them directly. I would go to. I just have to find her name.
Evie Nix.
I could go to Halbaste, who is the leader of the Monolith's men, the task force that's been assigned specifically in the Stonecutters to investigate the phenomena of High Forest. We are primarily the task force that assembles the different groups to look into oddities such as this. If I go to her and tell her I received an anonymous tip, it's entirely within reason that she would give me leave to assemble a team to investigate the matter further. The real question is, why would the Rippers need to be involved?
Who's here with the Rippers?
Runa raises a hand very meekly in the corner.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Do you want to be involved in this, Runa? Do you care?
Or are you just gonna disappear again?
Disappear coming from Sylvie. That's rich.
A
I say
knife
more
through the
playfully than
tension.
anything.
At least I reappear.
I disappeared because I didn't think any of you would want to see me.
Where would you get that idea?
All I did was cause problems.
The month we were together in the Tilted Tower, all I did was try to talk to you about the situation, and you wanted to hear none of it. So don't come back around saying, "Oh, this is me thinking that none of you wanted me around," when you know damn well I tried to discuss with you the situation. You're the one that didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, get her.
So, I'm asking you now,
Yeah.
do you want to be involved in whatever this is, or not? It's your decision, but you're wasting time.
Well, damn. Runa will say, I don't. You're right. I don't think I was ready to hear it then, and I'm sorry. Just to Barrett specifically.
Thank gods for that. Now, to my question.
If you feel like I would be useful, then I'm in. I don't have a lot to lose either way. But if this doesn't work and I am thrown out of the Rippers, then I have nothing.
Nothing, she says.
I suppose I can
Do
work
I
with that.
have something?
Runa, you know the Rippers better than anyone. Give me just cause why I might want a Ripper on this assignment. You specifically, I know, use magic, but that can't be the only reason why I would want a Ripper involved.
I would probably be good to have it as many representatives of each gang as possible. Just for knowledge.
Especially a gang
if
with
it's
as
a
many
leader of one
eyes
of
and
the
ears as the
gangs.
Rippers, they'll get interject.
True. Thank you, Belgian.
I don't think you said that out loud.
Yeah.
No, he definitely did.
Yeah, he ends
He
his
did.
sentence with Belgit interjects. Also, thank you for the raid, everybody. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt roleplay, but thank you. Very kind of you, Dortails.
I think I can work with that. I'm sure I can spin something along the lines of, well, the Rippers are deft at getting into places that they shouldn't be getting into. So that gives me an
Absolutely.
angle.
That's
And
all
Lurik,
do.
I can sell you pretty easily enough.
Yeah, and I know that Lucky has a pretty strong desire to bring the curse down, and you know, I've done some good things for him in the past that have worked out, and I probably could, grease the wheels a little bit there, as well. So that plus you asking for it, or the stonecutters asking for it. I think it could be okayed.
And of course,
Sylvie, I
you
already
can't
know
go
that.
to. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you wouldn't be outside the walls without us. I mean the foresters. So
Sylvie, I'm already aware that False Hydra is very committed as well to trying to uncover what's going on.
Of course.
So that settles it then. I'll see if I can get leave to lead an expedition to follow this map and what we can find out about it. I'll also just mention the fact that our suspicions about the Wormweirds may be well-founded in that they may be concealing a tree of some import right in our midst.
They
I'm sure
never
that
were
will
the
also
nicest.
interest them.
As player knowledge,
And
really quickly.
trees.
I was going to ask a player knowledge question
Yeah.
too. So
Player
maybe you're
knowledge-
going to answer.
Player knowledge, really quickly. The circled oak is a giant fucking tree in the middle of it.
Yeah,
Like,
there's nothing
you
inconspicuous
all know,
about it. It's on the map.
Yeah, you all know where it is.
You look out the window and go, there it is, kind of thing,
I
right?
think the
I
big
guess
issue.
you could see it from here, huh?
Yeah, you could see it from because his shop is on the Sundown Bridge, and you could probably see it from the Sundown Bridge. The issue is all the trees in the area around Blunderville and the forest in general are all incredibly big. So it's really hard to tell, well, which of these major fucking ancient trees is the important one. So there you go.
And
Sorry.
we,
David,
speaking
different-
player, we would be aware that the circled oak is important to the wormweirds.
Yeah, Trell would have been initiated into the Wormweird during their brief stay there at Circled Oak.
I have one more player knowledge question.
Yes.
I guess. Going off and working with other gangs like this, would that be universally frowned upon, or would this be something that a gang member could do without? I'm just trying to think
This
of
is
like-
less something I would tell you and something you guys would find out on your own. That is what
Gotcha.
Barrett
Okay.
is attempting to do is, and I'm assuming most of you are attempting to do here is find out if you have permission to do this in the first place.
Right. I'm guessing more like if the Baron were to tell a gang leader, this is something we're going to do, would that actually have any effect or no?
I'm not sure if your relationship with the Baron, if you would think of him as someone who would like snitch, unless you were like, I'm gonna go blow up the boat, and he might be like, well, I should stop this. But you saying like, hey, we're all gonna go on like a journey together to something that we collectively want to do, he'd be like, be safe, have fun. Like, it's not his place to
Right.
really. He could maybe
I
help
gotcha.
you ask for permission, but he couldn't. He's not gonna stop you. He didn't give a shit, really.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That was sort of what I was thinking, but I didn't know
Yep.
if it was because I didn't know it as a player. I didn't know it as a character yet. Thank you.
But our gang leaders it would be reasonable to think that they would care if we disappeared without.
You're
talking
on.
with them.
Yes.
Not to give you all the answers,
Absolutely.
but you're on the right track. You guys haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This is going to be our next thing that we have to
I'm
do.
just making sure that like my thought would be that the gang leaders would care. And
Yes.
Yeah, as a player, my thought is, yeah, they would probably care if we just fucking disappeared.
All right, you're on the right track. Resume.
Yeah, Troy
Okay,
would absolutely
cool,
know
thanks.
if you just fuck off, you don't gain any favors.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but I think I could talk Lucky into it, or at least get it going
Very
in that
good then.
direction.
and I don't
Well,
think I'll have
I'll-
an issue with Fournier.
And Barrett, you think you could get support from the stonecutters for asking for this to be a mission or whatever through the whatever monolith people that you talked about?
Oh, yes. The Monolith's men, this is what we do. We try to figure out what's going on in High Forest. If I come with this level of information, Abaste is likely to grant my request to go on a mission and take help from other bands in order to accomplish the task at hand.
that what we did when we got the information you got in the book? Was that Monolith Men?
Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, I've already supported him on stuff like this. So yeah.
All right.
You would know that this is like a standard thing that they do, aside from just helping enforce and all that.
So your plan is go out, all get permission. Bareth, try to set up the, hey, do I have permission to do this mission? And the rest of you are going to ask your bosses, I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm gonna put Bareth and Belga together here because you would both go. You're both
Yeah,
in the
I
same.
would clearly let Barrett talk for me at this point.
Yeah, I would present
make
it
sure if
directly
you
to Betrell,
Interject.
and the two of us would go to Fournier.
Obvious, okay.
For
Runa,
all of you, real quick, the story is a member of the Stonecutters has come to you with a possible mission and wants to have you along on the mission. No need to mention Jean-Duc, no need to mention the exact details, except the fact that it's dealing with investigating the curse of High Forest.
Sounds good. Yep, I think that's important.
Sorry to interrupt, Taylor. Go ahead.
are you guys? You've never called me Taylor.
It's Taylor Vision.
That was
It seems
so
weird
weird.
when he
this
said it.
channel,
That
though.
was so
2
weird to
years
hear.
later, it's a whole new world.
Are you guys gonna set up? Just sorry. You gonna set up meet time to where you're gonna come back and meet?
Oh, each other. Yes.
Yeah.
We should probably do that.
Yeah, we can meet up here tomorrow.
Tomorrow
This is
evening.
Good as
Tomorrow
any of a
evening.
place.
It's
Like-
still morning. If you're able to do it fast enough, you can come back
that's right.
tonight if you want to as well.
We should do tomorrow, just so we have time to stock up, supply, etc. We don't even know how far away exactly this little town is. It could be several days' journey, so we'll want to supply.
I thought the oak was
We
right
could be
there.
gone for far more than several days.
Depends on where it is.
It depends on where it is.
Yeah, if anybody's not able to go, write your note, attach it to a brick, and throw it through Wilrick's window.
It'll get lost with all the other junk mail that way.
Wait,
All
is
other
the,
junk bricks.
Is the
All the other
magical
junk
darkness
bricks.
still on the windows, by the way, or did that go away when they left?
It is vanished like a couple minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it lasted about 10 minutes.
How many people have tried to tug on the door since then?
No one. Wilrick's shop isn't that popular.
Oh, true. All your money's tied up in the gambling machines, right?
Yeah.
There's always money in the gambling machines.
It's also like still morning. Like people aren't. They don't
The
wake up and be
drunken
like, I
Sal
can't wait to
idiots
go to
turn out this
that
early.
gnome's shop and buy a potion. No, they're
Can't
doing
wait
other
to get my
things.
drugs.
All right, so we'll
All
say
right,
that
so yeah, we're meeting up here tomorrow evening or morning.
Morning,
Morning.
Morning.
And if we
unless they
need
leave
more
a
time-
note.
And if we need more time at that point, then we'll talk. But tomorrow morning we'll all talk. Sounds good.
And break.
break. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, I'll say that you all split up, leave, head on to go talk to your respective people. Sylvie, as you head north towards Old Town and the lair of the false Hydra, which, for those who don't know, it's not a real false Hydra, that's just a gang name. Someone dies, you forget they exist. As you head to the lair of the false Hydra, you are greeted by your usual customary greeting, where you walk a little bit down the road and up around the bend. And as you get about halfway towards Old Town, you see a cloak appear in front of you, and it says, "Speak what you want."
I want in.
Oh, Sylvie, is that you? And you see a little kobold pop from around the corner. And, I didn't notice you. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, snacks.
How was your time out in going to see your friend Wilrick?
It was an interesting time, that is for sure. I have to talk to...
Oh, that voice destroyed me.
I have to talk to Sispis.
Sispis, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm on door duty right now, but they should be back at the house.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you there later.
Yep, I'll see you later, bro. Bye-bye.
Okay, great.
Then he
Bye.
goes back to hiding behind the rock, and then you see the cloak lift back up. As you head down the road, you enter into the old town of Blunderville, which is a bunch of, the best way to describe them would be like Spanish style old houses. They're made of like a white granite for their walls, all made of stone opposed to the majority of wood that Blunderville's made out of. They have clay and adobe shillings on their roofs. And you enter your little area that you call home amongst these well-kept ruins. You crawl through the side of a wall where a giant root has broken out of, and inside the entire roof of your house is just a layer of vines and ivy that are crawling. And from them hang these little bulbs of flowers that kind of glow with a nice warm yellow light. And off in the corner with their tail coiled around a small chair, knitting a mitten, is a very broad-shouldered and light green Yuan-Ti. Oh, I believe they have tails. I'm pretty sure they have tails. If they don't have tails, yell at me. But this one has a tail, so fuck it. Their little tongue kind of like, you know, doing the snake shit that they do, licking the air for whatever reason. And they notice you come in, but they're very focused on their knitting.
Oh, Sispis, you've gotten so good.
Oh, thanks, Sylvie.
Yeah, that actually looks like a real mitten this time. Not just a tube.
I don't know what hands look like.
Like this. Anyway, I have a lot of stuff to talk to you about.
What is it?
Well, you know all the crazy stuff going on in the forest.
Yes, I do.
Well, my friends might have some leads, potential leads, new leads to follow.
Leads? And they kind of put down the knitting, and they slither on over to you, and they get quite close, and they go, "What leads do they have?"
Do I need to recount the whole
You can
shebang?
just, you explain it.
Okay.
How much do you explain, though? All of it? Including Jean-Duc wanting to kill everyone? And...
I'll leave that part out for now.
Okay.
But Sylvie wouldn't be super tight-lipped about it.
If you want to,
she trusts her group a lot.
Yeah, if you want to tell them what's going on, you can.
She'll like. Oh, and also, this guy Jean-Duc wants to kill all the leaders. Like right at the end, she just kind of adds it in there.
You see for a second, the Sisyphus recoils backwards. For anyone wondering how to spell Sisyphus, 3 S's apostrophe BSS apostrophe SSS. Normal snake name.
Right.
They recoil back, and their little skin flap things extend. Anyone who knows snakes can tell me what that is. I don't know what it is though.
Their hood.
Yeah, the little lizard reptile hood thing, and they go, "Jean-Duc's back."
Back is a strong word.
Most troubling.
Why?
Kill the headless, you say?
Well, I did emphasize that the headless surely wasn't the bad one, but his whole thing is to root out the one person who has this gem, who's holding on to the curse in the woods.
Interesting.
I guess his solution would just be to kill everyone, but I think we can surely be a little more strategic than that.
Even the 11th store ain't stupid enough to attack the headless. But,
Like they could.
well, you'd know more than I do. Interesting development. I'll have to speak with them about it. For now, go on this journey. See what you can find.
All right, great. I will do that.
I'll go back to knitting.
Okay.
Slithers out, but grabs their their half-done mitten on their way out as you see them kind of slither towards a large, rundown church that's a bit in the distance away from you in Old Town. Who's next? Who's next?
I can, or Wilbur can.
Will, we're going to do you last on purpose. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, Bareth will go
It's
next.
Bareth and Belgit.
Sure, we'll go next.
Bareth and Belgit, you.
It's all you, buddy. We're counting on you.
No pressure. Right.
You walk into the building on Castle Hill, and it's called Castle Hill just because the several castle ruins that are dotting this little hilled area in the southeast of Blunderville. One of them is the barracks, which you call your home. There is a library and then a larger castle where most of the operations take place. However, the Monolith Men do operate outside of the library, or out of the library. So Belgit, you and Bareth both enter the door, you holding the door open for him and letting him go first. And as you enter, you notice Habaste, currently hard at work at deciphering a spell scroll of some kind and writing it into her tome. And as you approach, she looks up and she says, "Oh, Bareth, Belgit, what brings you in here?" And she goes back to writing.
I have some information to report on, Mum. An anonymous source has provided me with some leads that we may want to follow.
She tilts her glasses down and brushes her long, grayed, almost silvered hair out of her face. And she looks up to you with her slightly crooked nose and says, "And?"
Firstly, our suspicions about the Wormweirds may be dead on. My source tells me that, do you remember the 4 ancient trees and the failsafe? My source tells me that the circled oak that the Wormweirds hold so dear may in fact be one of those ancient trees that helped to activate the failsafe.
Still chasing after ghosts, are we, Bareth? Belgit, you're helping him with this, yes?
Aye.
And he's going on about his trees again.
Damn trees.
Of course. What is it, Bareth? We're not going to launch an all-out assault upon the Wormweird.
I understand it is a very sensitive subject, seeing as how the circled oak is their most sacred thing in this town. But still, that is one lead that I received. The other is a little bit more tangible and possible. I received a map, and Bareth will unfurl the map and place it on the table, leading to a small town in High Forest that perhaps has some additional information and further leads that I feel that I feel is worth investigating. I'd like to assemble a team and go out and take a look at this town and see what we can find.
And Belgit, you're in on this, yes?
Aye.
Listen, the two of you go out and explore whatever you are looking for. If you can bring me proof, solid proof this time, Bereth, not the ramblings of a madman in an old wood person's book. You bring me proof, we can talk to Mason of Blue about it and see what we can do about the Circled Oak. Yes, you have your permission. I'll draft up a letter. How many from each gang?
Well, I'd like to take just one, I think, from each except for the Wormwood, since we have suspicions that they may not be as cooperative as we would like them to be. I'd rather work with the other gangs, including taking one from the Downers, an old friend, an associate of mine. I think that his expertise could be useful in this particular endeavor.
Right. Okay, well, write their names, and she pushes you a paper across her desk. Write their names on here, and I'll get it all settled. Aerith.
Names down?
Proof
yes,
this time. Proof, dear. Tangible.
I do hope I'm able to bring you something more tangible this time.
Or we'll have you back on sewer duty. That goes double for you, Belgit.
Sewer duty.
Thank you, Mum.
Of course. Now, if there's anything else, I'd like to get back to my inscribing.
We shan't bother you further.
Good luck, Aerith.
Thank you, Mum.
Belgit, keep it tight.
You know me, I'll rein him in.
She shoots you a wink.
Belgit doesn't play around.
As we walk away, Bereth will sort of mutter, "Rein me in. I'm the one usually keeping you from killing people."
That's usually not the problem.
No. I agree. Sometimes that is a problem.
Buddy cop. Trell.
All right, so I'm definitely going to seek out Petrel rather than Fabius, because having that intermediary, I think, might be nice. So when
yeah, you head to Petrel, and he's in his normal spot where he's patrolling. He's just keeping a watch in a lean-to outside the wood, just for anything coming in and out.
Yes, Petrel patrol. Yes.
Yeah, patrol. Patrol and troll patrol. And if there's a troll, don't even get me started.
Or a troll.
So you manage to, he hears you long before you arrive, but you notice him he's low in the dirt, and he's got a little area dug out. He's keeping an eye out. And as you approach, he says, "What is it, Trell?"
I have some requests. I went into town early this morning just to see Willerick and Sylvie.
Yeah, your tiny friends, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, tiny friends.
I call you Ant Gang. You know that? Behind your back. Ant Gang, because you're small.
That's mean, right?
Yes, it was meant that way.
You're a dick sometimes. So turns out there were some other people in the shop today, and I got word that the stonecutters are wanting to put together another expedition into the forest. And seems like they're getting quite a few of the other guilds or other bands involved. I'd like to go with them to ensure they don't lose themselves to the wood. I think I'm ready for it.
He hasn't taken his eye off the area he's scouting. But then as you mentioned that, he turns back to you and gestures towards the new scar across your cheek and says, "You sure that's a good idea?"
Yeah, it's healed up fine. I'm ready for
Last time you were on your own trail, didn't go that well, did it?
it. No, it didn't. But they're also fairly capable.
Capable like me, or capable like your ant gang friends?
I think they're more capable than you give them credit for.
I'll talk to Fabius about it, and yeah, you should be. How far are you going?
We're not sure exactly yet. We may be gone for quite some time.
No, I'll tell you what. You get that little tweeting bird from your friend Sylvie, throw it my way, and call me if you need help, and I'll make sure Fabius gives you the go-ahead, all right?
Yeah, absolutely. If he needs a little convincing, they're sending some pretty good reps from what I understand, and you know how misfortunes on the other bands tend to fall back on us. So
yeah. Well, you keep yourself safe, and you die out there, I'll kill you dead. You hear me?
I'm not gonna die out there. Hey, I'm gonna come back because you certainly can't catch your own food.
No, I can't. I'll have to raid your steakhouse until you're back.
I'll bring some stuff over to your place. Don't stay out of my house.
I was ordering it this morning. Second breakfast.
Yeah. What'd you have?
You had a bunch of weird-shaped mushrooms in the back corner. I'll be honest with you. I've been out here tripping balls for the last 3 hours. You'll notice now his eyes are like crossed.
How much? How much did you have?
Too much.
Why don't we find someone else to cover this post for a while? He's gonna try and arm around. Well, no, he's taller, so kind of take his hand.
As you help him out, he's like, I couldn't get home if I tried. I don't even know where I am.
Yep. I got you. You can stay at my place until you're better. Okay.
All right.
I'll leave you some lunch.
And you escort him back to your house.
So I had basically almost a pound. How much did he eat?
He probably ate like half a pound.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I don't even know how strong it is, but that seems too much.
He's gonna fucking die.
Remember when you went to weigh it this morning at Wilrick's, and you were like, "Oh, it's actually 3.7." However much it wasn't of 4 pounds is how much he ate, and that's why he was a bit late.
Oh god.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'm gonna give him some food, and apparently we're spending the rest of the day waiting for him to come down before we can go talk to Fabius, because I'm not letting him talk to Fabius like this.
He'll handle Fabius.
Okay.
You should be okay.
I'm waiting until he's not high though.
Yeah,
he's not leaving my house until he's back.
It's gonna be like 12. Your trip sitting for a while.
That's gonna be a while.
I will make sure someone else covers his post though.
Runa.
Yes.
Who you asking?
I gotta ask Mary.
As you head into the stacks after your morning meeting with Wilrick, the party's still going, as it almost always is.
Yes.
On the bottom floor of the main stack out here. And as
that will work in my favor.
As you walk in, you now notice that the gnome that you saw earlier is kind of passed out in the corner with a goose on his head. And everyone else is just kind of starting to die down, and Mary's starting to clean up and kind of wipe things off and get ready for the next night of whatever debauchery they have planned.
Hi, Mary. How was the party?
Runa, darling, didn't even see you sneak out.
Well, we talked, but okay.
Well, that was at night yesterday. So I'm assuming at some point you came back. Unless you didn't.
Oh, I thought this was all... Oh, okay. Well, anyway, maybe the party was really good. Can I... Can I help you clean up?
Oh. Of course, dear. Do me a favor. I hate getting on my hands and knees, unless I have to. Would you mind getting underneath the table? There's some goose shit down there.
Sure.
If you find a gnome's teeth, do let me know.
That sounds important.
So as you're on your knees underneath the table, he says, "So what you need from me, dear? You only ever come to me when you need something."
Well, you know how I am always just working jobs and never stop?
She worked
You don't
hard for the
like
money.
that? I do work hard for the money. Well, I was given an interesting opportunity and I would like to take it if it's okay.
Ooh,
It just might
secrets,
be a
secrets.
Yeah.
Do tell.
It just might be a nice little change of pace for me, you know? But they want someone with magic and the ability to talk their way in and out of situations, and you have trained me very well for that.
Hold on here. Jonathan, wake up. This is what Runa's made friends. Oh. Is the sky falling? It sure as hell seems like it is, honey. We need a party tonight. When's your little outing? Who are you meeting? Tell me everything about them.
Well, if it's okay, I will definitely come to the party tonight as a nice little...
If it's okay,
Bon
honey, we're
voyage.
having the party for you.
Okay.
You haven't talked to
Well,
anyone
you
except for
know-
that coat in your room for 3 darn months.
Yeah. Well, you know how everything is cursed around here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the stonecutters think they might have a lead on how that might be alleviated.
Ooh.
And they asked me to come with to try to help figure it out.
The tea. Oh, do tell.
It's scalding. I know.
What are we talking? Ancient dragon? That's what my money's on. I think it's a big old dragon. Big ass dragon.
Maybe while I'm gone, you can set up a little bet with the rest of the house. And
Honey, we've
when I come
had
back,
bets.
It'll pay out.
Mine's on big
Well,
ass
I mean,
dragon.
for this specifically.
Jonathan thinks it's a haunted old
Oh.
man hiding in a house.
Well, I can't wait to find out, and so that can pay out for you.
Oh, I hope. Do tell me if it is. So
Of
you're
course.
going. That's fun.
Yes.
Where to?
So,
Wait, where'd they get this
I-
information? How'd you find this out? Oh, I'm awash with questions. Nothing this exciting has happened in months. Oh, God, it's boring in here.
I wish I knew more, but you know, I know that it's a town in High Forest, and there might be a cemetery involved.
You didn't
And
pay
I'm
attention,
so sorry,
did
I
you?
don't know more than that. No, they just didn't have a lot of information yet.
I think they had a bit more than that, but that's okay, honey. I get the gist.
What else should I know? Caw.
That's enough.
Just pull the I explain everything.
Yeah, you could just say I
card.
explain everything.
I
Do you
explain
mention
everything, but
Do you mention Jean Duc in them?
I'm not going to mention Jean Duc specifically by name, but I'm not going to mention that there is potentially somebody coming after the heads of the gangs unless Mary asks for more details.
He can't ask for something he doesn't know exists. So he did ask
Right,
you.
which
He said, "Tell me the deets," but he's not gonna say, "Is someone trying to kill me for some reason? Is there a dark secret in my past that someone knows that I don't?"
Well, hang on. I need to think for 1 second about how Runa wants to.
Hurry up, darling. It's
play
getting
this.
late and Luzer's getting tired.
Don't rush me. Okay. Runa says, well, and she like lowers her voice. So Jonathan, who is Jonathan? Just a random.
He's a naked gnome in the corner.
Oh, Jonathan's the gnome. Okay. So she lowers her voice so Jonathan doesn't hear, but she kind of like pulls Mary aside, and she's got the goose shit in one hand and their arm in the other. And she goes, I also heard a rumor that someone may be coming after the heads of the bands in their desperation to lift the curse.
Directly behind you, the Arakoa, whose name is Algonquin, by the way, goes, Quah! Someone's coming to kill the bands! Quah!
Oh my god! You didn't mention there was, so you said it was just Jonathan.
There's a lot of people still in there. You just specified
You said it was
Jonathan
cleaning up
couldn't
after
hear.
the party.
You specified Jonathan couldn't hear. Kill me? Who?
I don't know, but
You don't know who's coming to
if
kill
I'm
me?
there, I don't know who's going to kill anyone.
Who told you this?
But remember my blue friend? The one with the makeup?
The one you robbed?
Yeah.
He's gonna
But
kill
now
me?
he gives us all the... No. He's how I know.
He knows that someone's gonna kill me and he didn't tell me.
Well, we just...
I'll have him killed at once.
Tell you right...
Algonquin!
I came to tell you right now. I came to tell you first.
Right, but if he's gonna kill me, I should kill him first.
No,
Algonquin,
no.
go skewer that gnome.
Oh no. Okay.
Hang him from the bridge.
How do we rein Mary in typically when they're going out of control? We'll listen to the rest of what we're saying.
You have only described that someone is going to kill him, and the blue guy knew.
I said that I heard a rumor that someone may be trying to do this, and then I was going to finish my sentence, but Mary flipped out.
Well, finish your sentence now, because he's sending
And then
hitman.
I said, if I'm there, then I can try to figure out who and try to protect you and the Rippers. And then I said, if there isn't a Ripper there, then I don't know what the other 5 gangs will do.
Algonquin, hold on.
Thank you.
Sassily puts his wrist
Eddie's
on his hip.
Algonquin.
Eddie's Algonquin. Don't ruffle your feathers too quick. The little blue man knew I was gonna die.
No, the little blue man also got the message.
From
and is
whom?
Also going on
Whom?
the trip.
Boom, Runa.
Last night when I went out.
This is taking too
music I
long.
touched.
And, he
Okay.
claps twice, and you feel a zone kind of emerge and flow through you.
Okay.
And you are compelled to tell the truth. Tell me now, who's trying to kill me?
Okay. Last night I got pickpocketed
I believe there's a check for this, isn't there?
by John.
For Zone of Truth,
can
yeah,
be
hold on.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, you can
I might be able to
resist.
get out of this.
You might be able to
It can
get
be
out of this.
resisted,
Roll,
but the caster knows
roll.
whether it's resisted or not.
Yeah.
Oh.
Zone of Truth, I believe, is charisma. It's charisma save.
Okay.
So
Ooh,
roll a
do I
charisma
want to
save.
try to resist?
I will let you know if you resist or not.
If
You would roll no
Mary
matter what,
knows that
because
I
it's something
resist.
that's happening
Okay.
to you against your will.
okay. Well, oh no, 16. Sorry, I thought it said 2.
You are not able to resist it.
No, I didn't think it would be. So a couple of outsiders from
Names,
where
dear.
do I come from?
Names.
Waterdeep, Relodithus, Summerstar, Prel something.
Prel Nesquin.
Sorry, I don't know her last name.
Priel Nesquin.
I don't know. Priel. I'm not sure if I would know her last name. And Jean Duke. One-armed
Dookie? Dookie's back? Oh,
And
I could have swore he was dead. Oh, and he
So
wants
could
to kill
I.
me.
I don't know if he wants to kill you specifically, but they have a theory that
You
one
cannot
of the
lie.
heads of gangs.
You cannot lie.
I'm not lying.
Okay,
I don't know that he specifically wants to kill only Mary, but they have a theory that one of the heads of the gangs is involved. And so at this point, they're just planning to try to take them all out.
Okay, so to speed this up, I'll have you just relay the information.
Yeah.
Um,
That's Yeah, I'm not lying. I'm just saying it's not like Jean-Duc is only targeting Mary.
Green gem.
Which is true.
Green stone, green gem, power to solve all curses. Jonathan's been passed out the entire time and he keeps mentioning Jonathan, do we have a green stone? I don't think we do. A shame. I did like Dookie, handsome man. Great with his hands, both of them, which I know he still has. Great with his hands, both of them. It'd be a shame to have to skewer him, but... Oh well, thanks for the heads up, dearie. Hate that I had to zone it out of you, but you're just so darn secretive. It's cute. Okay.
You won't let me finish my sentences.
You're taking too long, dear. You've all flustered over yourself.
Okay.
Have some goddamn self-confidence, bitch. All right, well... You go on your little fucking journey or whatever. I'm gonna go talk about killing Dookie again. Ooh, fun. Jonathan!
Again?
Jonathan, get my knives sharpened.
Cool. Great.
Keep cleaning up, Runa,
awesome.
you dirty bitch. He heads away as we transition to our final encounter of the night. Wilrick, you are down at the docks as you step aboard the lavish walkway that's set up heading towards the Gilded Gold Piece, Lucky Volton's casino and fight pit ship. As you step aboard, what you hear is the sound of money, gold being exchanged, as well as some more magic mouths and the sound of the slot machines which you created going ring ding 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 ding. You're a winner here at the Golden Guild Piece. And you hear this every so often as lights start flashing. And as you walk through the crowd, you head towards the captain's quarters of the ship, which has this huge, elegant, arching doorway decorated with gold and blue ribbon, and you kind of push past it like these beads that are hanging down, and you enter into a room that's just filled with essentially hookah smoke, as there is a large burly purplish blue gentleman wearing a very similar vest that, again, like the others, only covers down to the nipple. It's made of fine silk, beautifully white with gold trimmings. He's wearing these billowing hammer pants, is the best way to put it. These large billowing pants with little boots that are curved with little bells at the end of him. His nipples are pierced, and hanging down from them are little bells. He's got 2 earrings that are the shape of lamps hanging from his ears. He's also got studs in a bunch of different places on his face, and those are all bells as well. And as he moves, there's a little shling, 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 as he turns and moves his head. He takes a big hit from his hookah, and he goes, "Wilrick, is that you?"
Yeah, hi, Lucky.
What's the deal with everything going down on Sunset? I can't. What's the deal with everything going down on Sundown Bridge?
It's, business is pretty good. Gorge came by and reminded me about some of the pricing on stuff today, and I got that handled.
Yeah, Gorge came in here earlier with the craziest look on his face.
Yeah, I thought it was fair, but I guess I was mistaken there.
You're
Sorry
not
about
charging enough prices, Wilrick. I keep telling you that.
that. Yep, don't worry. I'll upcharge a little bit for a while to kind of, balance it out long term.
And what about Kraber? You seen him around?
I haven't seen Kraber.
Oh, he was looking for you, Wilrick.
Oh, he is?
Said he saw some mysterious figures entering your shop. Want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. Actually, that's what I'm here to talk with you about. So, how when I came here a couple years ago, there was a whole group of us who, didn't really know each other that well beforehand, but like there's Bareth in the Stonecutters.
Yeah, Bareth, little tiefling man, right? I know him.
Yeah, you know him. Apparently, he has some information that might be related to what the whole forest curse thing that, I don't need to explain it. You know about it. he has a tip that maybe there's this like burned out town by with a graveyard and some trees that are part of the curse, and there was a lot to it. But that bottom line, all of it might be leading to a way to possibly lift that curse. And I know you have a lot of resources outside of the forest that you would like to get access to, and he's recruited several of us from various bands to kind of have representation in this mission to try to lift the curse, or at least figure out more about it. And he asked me, so I'm here to kind of see if that would be okay if I went on this mission to try to lift the curse and ultimately get you your access to your money and other resources.
Not gonna lie to you. Stop listening about halfway through, but I heard money and resources. So yes,
Yep.
Whatever you want to do, yes.
Go on a mission. Might risk my life a little bit, but if I succeed, maybe you'll get money.
Oh. You know just how to tug at my heartstrings, Wilrick.
Yep. They're right there next to those nipple piercings.
Ding, 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 as he shimmies. Come take a hit of this shit. He says, you go tomorrow. Tonight, me and you party. I just got a bunch of idiots over down by the stonecutters to spend well over 10,000 gold tonight, baby. The fight's paid off. We're gonna be rich, Wilrick.
Sounds good. All right.
Do you want to party with him all night?
I party reasonably, but not to exhaustion.
Okay, so like you start heading home around what time would you say?
Probably 11 midnight kind of time frame.
Around 11 o'clock, you exit the boat with two high elf women kind of draped over you. They both go, bye, Wilrick.
Make sure the scarf is covering up all the marks.
Yeah. As you head out and you start heading towards Sundown Bridge to head back to your shop. And as you reach late at night, as you start to reach the front of the bridge, do me a favor and roll perception real quick.
All right. Sorry, I have limited windows here. Which one is it on? There it is. Okay, perception. Seven.
That's rough, buddy.
You don't really notice anything important as three hooded figures pass you. But just as you're about to get on the bridge, you do notice the one person you would recognize out of this group, Priel, kind of standing off to the side. At which point she kind of like waves at you.
How far away is she at this point?
She's like, if you're at once, like you're about to go on the bridge and she's just off the bridge in the back. So probably like maybe 40 feet.
Sure. I'll go over towards her. I've had a good busy night. So kind of wave and walk towards her a bit.
He says, sorry about this, Wilrick. And she's going to attempt to grapple you.
All right.
Do me a favor and just do a strength. Well, athletics or acrobatics check to get out of it.
All right.
I need over a 16.
14.
She holds you tight in a big bear hug. It's loving, but she's holding you. As you see her look over to one of the hooded figures nearby, use her. She starts to blow slowly, and a flame starts to emit out of her mouth. As
So,
Oh my.
would I have time to react with a misty step?
I'll say this happens in the same like 6 seconds. So if you wanted to react with a Misty Step, you could. It doesn't require somatic, right? It's just verbal.
Let me make sure on that.
Somatic should be holding you in a way
It's
that you
purely verbal. Purely verbal.
you could Misty Step somewhere if you want to.
So, I'll Misty Step. What is the range on that? 60 feet? 30 feet. Misty Step 30 feet back the way I came, away from her.
On the bridge, towards the bridge, away from the bridge.
Back kind of towards...
Your house is towards the shop is on the bridge.
Towards, like, the more central part of the downer area.
So back towards the docks.
Yeah.
Oof. As she, her arms just get really close, and she looks down and says, "Wilrick!" At which point the person beside her has lit the arrow on her breath and fires it towards Sundown Bridge. At which point there's a big as you watch from 30 feet back as Sundown Bridge has just been blown up. And that's where we're ended.
Wait, it's on fire?
Yep.
Or it's like
Yeah, no, not like explode, like a big explosion has happened on it.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I was about to be like,
Oh,
whoa.
the bridge is still there. Okay.
Yeah, the bridge is still
Always happy to end a session on domestic terrorism.
the second bridge you guys have destroyed, right?
Yeah, this is
I've been involved
That's
in
true.
neither of these. Just
This one
saying.
wasn't my fault.
yeah, this one wasn't directly Wilrick.
Yeah.
But you
boy.
were
You're gonna have to get
involved.
Wilfrick.
there was
to get
there was
Wilfrick
a
up in
part
here
of me
to
in the
repair
back
that.
of my head that was like, I hope he goes on the bridge. That'd be fucking incredible. What an ending.
You're on the bridge, and then the arrows come streaking. All right.
So yeah, huge explosion on
All right.
Sundown Bridge.
Okay.
And that's where we'll end it.
Out of curiosity, is it so huge that I could hear it from the clearing?
Oh yeah, biggin.
Oh.
No.
Very big.
Well, it's a shame I'm still babysitting.
At 11 at night.
Yeah, you would hear it as like a low rumble.
Something
Whereas-
like a car exploding on your street.
Yeah, Sylvie would probably also hear it and maybe even see a bit of it. Belgit and Barris would be very aware of it, and so would Runa.
Boy, I'm glad I'm not on duty.
You wake up, see the flames, and like, well, someone else's problem.
Mary thinks it's fireworks for the party.
Fun session. I promise combat will happen eventually. Who knows when, but
I had fun.
nice time skip episode, everybody.
Yeah, it went
fun.
really well.
Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Yay.
Thank you again for the raid we had. That was very, very kind. Very appreciative of if anyone is still here. But Dork Tales, thank you guys. Thanks everyone watching. I hope you had fun. This 7th episode. Our next one will be next Tuesday, correct?
That's my plan.
Yeah, I believe
Yep.
so.
In like 9
As far as I know.
Yeah. So not this coming Tuesday in 2 days, but next one is the Tuesday after that.
17th.
17th. October 17th. I'll see you guys then. Thank you very much to all of our wonderful players. Big shout out. You guys were fantastic and very funny session tonight. I was having a lot of fun. Can't wait to read your in-game chat. I'm sure there's a lot.
No, you didn't say anything.
Very good.
It was quiet.
Yeah, we were very unhinged tonight.
That's
We were.
But thank you everyone for watching. Have a wonderful night. Can't wait for our next D&D session next Tuesday. Love you guys. Be good people. Take care of yourselves. And we'll see you guys next week.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.